doesn't hold that office to be able to serve Kenyans, but at points that he can use that office to disturb the peace of others, then he does such a thing. And therefore, if there's anybody who is following closely on the policy, look at the security of judges to that extent. The high-handedness of officers in Kenya and in the local context is something that we have to have a very serious debate about. The beauty that we have in this summit is that we have state players also, and it is important that by the time they live here, when they hold proper offices, they can live within the confines of Article 19. And so it began with that issue of Masengeli, and even in the local context, we've had cases where senior county officials mentioned experiences, and it is important that we put a very firm foundation in the enjoyment of civil rights for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time we leave here tomorrow, it is important that we don't go home folding our hands and saying, what do we do? The vibrance of civil society and the vibrance of Kenya is what will take Kenya to the next step. We must open up a discussion on how to strengthen all the civil society organizations, including the local civil society organizations, the CBOs, and all players in our confines. We must organize our sector to enhance transparency and accountability from home also. We should also talk about the place of our own and the people we employ. I know there are a lot of employers here. We have from the donor. We must have a conversation on how the people within our organizations live. Because we can't go out there saying, well, don't pay people below the bill, and then we pay the least. Just a moment, one point. The question of transparency in the police service is one of the things that will open up the civic space. They are the body that is used to abuse our place in the civil center. Brothers and sisters, I welcome you to Mombasa, and let us stay, because vigilance is hope. Vigilance is what will take this nation to the next level. So let us feel free. Let us have a proper discussion. And Paul, brother, I know I've taken much of your time. Feel free, eat, swim, and dance around. Asante na Mungu awabariki.
So as we move on, the IT people, you could project the hashtag so that we can keep on tweeting and having a conversation online. And as we move on, I'm now going to be a bit strict with time because we are running behind. We are around 1 hour behind. So in the next, those who are doing remarks, it is remarks, just something very brief for 3-4 minutes, and then we can move like that. And then Davis Malombe, you could be coming. Yeah, David Malombe, you could be coming. And as he comes, I'll tell you a story. Sometimes when you listen to politicians or to people, you know, sometimes when they say a message, there's a way you can decide to edit that message in your head, and either for good or for whatever. So there's this politician who said, who was advising young girls or young ladies that Don't be nice. Don't be nice. Be a bad girl. So I'll tell you how I edited that message in my head in this context as we are waiting for Malombe. And then so that we save time, after you're done, you can call Grace, then Grace will, I'll take it from Grace again.
Comrades, power. Viva, comrades, viva. Long live the struggle for political justice, long live. Down with impunity, down. Mine is to welcome you to this fourth convention, which is about the state of civic space in the country. And we are talking about contestation and why contestation within the context of a constitutional democracy. You can see the iron there. From where I sit, I just want to talk briefly about the state of political and economic regulation in the country, because I think that is basically what we are facing right now. 2 years after the Kenya Kwanza regime came to office, because 13th was when they were sworn in. So last week on Thursday, we were supposed to issue a State of Nation report, which I think we are going to issue as part of a press conference from here. So we are talking about state of regulation, politically and economically. And the regulation is literally a return to a previous or less advanced or worse state condition or a way of behaving. And basically, that's what we have been experiencing. And this is basically about a regime which has deepened repression, despite the constitutional provisions. One, a constitutional democracy. In Article 4, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, it's very clear that Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic state founded in the principles and the values of good governance in Article 10. So when we say Kenya is a constitutional democracy, just go to Article 4, Sub-Article 2, a multi-party democratic state. Article 10, which we always keep on quoting, those are indicators of a constitutional democracy exposed in Article 4, Sub-Article 2. Number 2, the Constitution also anticipates a human rights state. And the comrade, our host, has also talked about this. Article 19, Sub-Article 1 says the Bill of Rights for making social, cultural, and economic policies, which means basically all the decisions which are made in this country are grounded on the principles and values of human rights. So we are talking about basically a situation of state capture and state repression, which is also happening in the context of the protest, which has raised more vulnerability and also more suspicion. Number 2, we are also discussing this in the context where there is a global station for democracy, which has also made solidarity and also defense for democracy and human rights globally a very big challenge. So this kind of repression and the liberation is manifested by a number of things, and I want to be very brief because I know the details will be coming from the speakers from the sector. One is policy excesses, like the killings, the abductions, and the harvest. And I think the biggest problem with this is this kind of regime policy, which is a colonial mentality, which the new constitution tried to deal with, and that will go at it. So this mentality has refused to go, and we must find a way of confronting that stage. The latest behavior of Mr. Masadeli is the height of which, where a guy, a state officer, snaps from someone 7 times, and he has the guts to kill the same institution. Of course, he has a right. But if you cannot find time to obey, go 7 times. So why do you even find time to? But it's still part of this impunity by the police. And therefore, the police is the biggest engine of these excesses, of course, which are basically done with authorization of the presidency. because remember the National Security Council is chaired by the president. So we can also not run, when we talk about command and disposability in policing, we can't run away from also political disposability for those who run the country. And of course, at the multimedia university is completely unacceptable, and we also need to find ways of changing that kind of policing behavior. Of course, the corruption of the opposition and the capture of parliament makes this situation worse, and therefore ends putting a lot of pressure on the civil society. Weakening of the decision commission and independent offices by through control appointments and also denial of resources so fund administrations of this transformation. Frustration and attempt to the media, and you saw during the protests what the commission did to media, stopping live coverage of the protests, among other kind of oppressive interventions. Threats to civil society through punitive legal and institutional frameworks, and you saw from the list of policies what has happened to some of us. Some of us are already being targeted by DCI. There are so many investments which are under threat of the Kenya Revenue Authority. And of course, now we know there is now a pending misleaders and any bill on the protest, which is going to be part of it being carried out. The PBO authority is well represented here, and I think, comrade, there are challenges we need to deal with because we push together the former NGO board and civil society for the commencement, and now we were even coming up with frameworks for implementation. But I think, given the current context, there are big problems of mistrust, which we must address. Of course, economically, we are facing a state of oppressive taxation regime, all these debts, and also massive debt of public resources. The fund is disbursement of computer service delivery. Judiciary is also targeted, and this department with the administration. The people of Kenya also do not given adequate space to participate in the governance of public affairs. And it's not just public participation, it's about exercising the sovereign power of the people, which is part of the right to self-determination. So it means the people of Kenya to control and own any decision-making process. So those are some of the challenges we are facing in terms of running of affairs of the country, and therefore it calls for this vigilance and the findings in the way we check the operations of the government. Actually, when you just reflect on what I'm talking about, we are looking about democratic integration, not just civic space. We are looking about the government limiting the operations of every institution and actor, whether state or non-state. So when it comes to this discourse, I like how we use democratic space because it's about every institution which is oversee the operations of the government. And to finish, I just want to quote the words of friend Douglas, which George Ago was quoting. And this is also inspirations of oppression. And oppression, we have a long history of liberation and resistance. So 1895 to date. So when the government thinks it has to give a power and try to protect us towards we have gone through these motions from 1895 to date, and they have never given up, and we have always combat all these forces. So, friends, says power seeks nothing but a demand. It never did, it will never win. Find out just what any people do. You kindly submit, and you will find out the exact measure of injustice which will be imposed upon them. And this will continue till they are resisted, till they are resisted by a number of things. The limits of errands are prescribed by the insurance of those who and now I think all the frameworks and then which is about to help us protect and stand for our rights and our history some inspiration for how to deal with this. So we should learn from all the people who have come before us. And remember, some of them actually were fighting along and leading us along. So that's civil society. So that history should also come with us. Now we have actually young people who are also studying along without this kind of civic registration. So I think we are at that point where our people should be ready to move our democracy. Article 3 says we are also attached and defending. One finish by us as we've seen the second sound of the national anthem. Thank you. One MC has been requested to exercise some discretion and the request Joseph Doro, who is to say something. Is a prominent compatriot in this space, and also please say something because this is a host of our children, and I was feeling the way the way I was feeling, starting being invited like our host of the so I'm also feeling the same. Please, and peace, and then from there we go back to praise. Thank you so much, service, for the chance to speak. So happy to be here, seeing all the friends, colleagues, and friends. My name is George Okoro. I am the census sina sauti lakini James and others, and we're in this space together. I will not be very brief because I was not supposed to speak, but just to say this. It's a moment of this country is hurting, really hurting because we are just recovering from very horrific violence that we see. Those protests were triggered by something, whatever it is that led to those protests remains intact and continues to hurt. But in addition, the reaction by the state to that protest is abusive of that. Those become, I think, the basis for the reflections that I'm sure will take place today and tomorrow. It's a time of gain. It's also, I guess, a time for hope. I hope that the pain will be offset by the hope, and that hope
will translate into action that can only materialize into something not durable if we work together. So our solidarity is called upon during this time of great peril, but also welcomes. Very happy to see all of you, and let's continue working together because this is our home, this is our country, and we are the ones who find ourselves in a moment. Thank you very much. Perspectives, hope for truth, justice, and accountability is part of what we aspire for. Chris, our host, to see effectives, just come and say something with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to be a example of you, and I think we have quite a few. This is our fourth, I think, summit, and I would like to the chair here to recognize the board members of CFF. I think that is what you have done. Some of you want to So thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you very much for CFF for giving us as Pen Kenya the opportunity to get to Boston. Pen Kenya has been part of this journey since 2007, and I can see great colleagues where we started together. Thank you very much for coming and checking and using
Thank you, please, also for being our very gracious and supportive host. So, given the request of men, we'll just ask our board members who are basically the executive directors of the member organizations to just come forward briefly. We just pick the member. So we have Article 19, Greco, Joshua, the Vegas Coalition, Ishel, Igulu, Information, inclusive empowerment, Stella, and there HRC, and we are pleased. And we are also making decisions to one second. Actors into this political decision. So even with Joshua, okay, Stella, Obeshi, Patrick, Chris, Walid. So that's the team, and they are in a program, so they are going to be sharing more. So with that, I just want to welcome President, who we have also involved in the sector. So from the state,
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning once again. It's a great pleasure for us to be invited to partners with CFF as KCPF. For us, our work around ensuring that we have flourishing and resilient communities, we recognize that cannot happen unless we have an enabling environment in this Kenya. And that's why we are contributing towards this work. We want to be partners in this work, ensure that we're able to ensure that civil society can actually thrive with the challenges that we face now. We are hurting, and actually a friend of mine asked me over the weekend, and she made this comment: they killed our children. I think we all recognize, those of us who are Kenyans, that this is our country. Are we going to be on the right side of history? When the history is told about civil society, when the history is told about how civil society has grown, are we going to be on that right side of history? My challenge to us, including myself, all of us who work in this sector, is that the challenges are not going to reduce. They're going to continue increasing and becoming more and more complex. So how prepared are we to face what is coming to us? It's important for us to recognize and congratulate that we have been able to work together. For me, that has been a joy, that we've seen the solidarity, we've seen people coming together, and how can we continue to put aside this famous phrase, our egos, our law, because again, we are Kenyans. We need to be on the right side of history. I think one key thing that I continuously ask myself is to what extent can Kenyans stand up and support us? To what extent can local organizations support national organizations when we're in trouble, when we're under attack? To what extent are we accountable to everyday Kenyans about what we are doing, and how can we grow that strength? Because out of all the work that has been happening, great work that has happened, it has led to where we are right now. How can we go to the next level when we are under attack? Because we are under attack. Kenyans must defend us. And what are we doing to prepare ourselves for the continuous, permanent crisis, multiple challenges that we are going to face moving forward? The offering I give is that we must strengthen our local ownership. We must strengthen our local accountability. We must strengthen our ability to have our own resources to put towards the work that is so important to us. So it's an invitation from us that how can we do this as civil society? And the PBO Act gives us an avenue to do this in terms of us being able to have in place multiple streams of income. How can we safeguard that? How can we ensure that we can be able to do that, to strengthen and have our own resources to do this work that is so important to us? So my invitation to those who support this work in various ways, let's be on the right side of history. Let's be on the right side where the story is told that we contributed to a conducive environment in Kenya, that we did our part in ensuring the regulations around the PBO Act are conducive to ensure that 62% who feel that we're in conflict with private sector. So let's be on the right side of history. I want to also recognize the members of the Kenya group who are here, Tahi, I think there are others who are in the room, and this is a collective of willing funders who want to see what they can do to contribute to ensuring that resources go towards expanding civic space in Kenya. So I think it's a general invitation to see how we can continuously engage. But again, as Kenyans, can we be on the right side of history when this story is told?
Our journey, about our journey to ensuring that we continuously expand civic space. Thank you so much. Let me also just recognize my colleagues who are here from KCDF, Helen and Caesar. Really for us every day, how do we ensure that communities are flourishing and resilient? Key to that, like I said, the enabling. Sana.
Yeah, thank you, Grace. Thank you, Grace. As we welcome the next remarks from Jessica from the Ford Foundation, just to say that you know the funny thing about language is that who says you are bad and who says you're good? I will continue after Jessica in the context of bad girl, bad boy. Jessica, please. She's in the room? Okay. So we can get some remarks from Maureen Mugambi from IPOA, and then Linton, you can be ready because you'll be next.
Good morning. My name is Mugambi. When you think about the Justice Mugambi and the challenges he's facing, the back and forth with the acting IG, then I closely associate with that. So it's a pleasure for IPOA to be here. And I bring greetings from the CEO, IPOA, Mr. Elema Halake, the board, the term of the board of the IPOA board, the second board, has lapsed. And now the government is in the process of reconstituting another board. Right, when we got this invitation from John, we were hesitant simply because of budget issues. And you know, since institutions took over government, shida ni mengi saizi. It's a lot of challenges. And I don't know whether that fits in what the chair was talking about, whether this is really a capture. Yeah? Pesa ya kuja mpaka hapa ni shida kidogo. But John told me, cast your worries aside and come. So I'm here to share the panel discussion. I will be sharing the insights about our report, the monitoring report. We are implementing as IPOA a constitutional mandate, Article 244 of the COK Constitution of Kenya. And so in that regard, we've been able to monitor police operations during this Gen Z maandamano, June all the way to August. The men, and so at the right time, I will be able to share the findings. Very authoritative report. Tumekuwa kwa ground, we've gone to the morgue, as investigators of IPOA, to ensure that for sure, if that body had a gunshot wound, that is what we are documenting. And so, at that time, we shall engage. For now, that marks my remarks, and I want to believe that I've been very brief, disciplined, and asante sana.
Yeah, so Linton, please. And as Linton comes, Brenda, you can be ready. And after Brenda, Madlena.
Good morning. You said you are going to proceed with that story after the other speaker. The mutual mistrust and the shrinking or expanding civic space, a matter of interest. Everything in this life is about interest, whether it is aligned or not aligned. I've seen from the polls there that the engagement with government is combative, or what was it? Conflicting. Conflict? Well, government is big, and in the corner where I am, I would like to have a scenario where we have a relationship that is complementary rather than combative or conflicting, whichever adjective you want to put there. I know, because I've been here, that over a period of time we've had a relationship with mutual distrust between government and the civil society sector. I know we cannot get rid of that mutual distrust, but we can bring it to manageable levels that can allow us to do what we need to do in our various spaces and responsibilities. So I'm new to this role, 2 months in, and I hope that my time here I will be able to create an impact that will last long and will be beneficial to this sector that we regulate. And I want to mention two things quickly. One, about those mutual interests. Within the civil sector, we have, I'm not sure how to put it, but we have interests that are not aligned between the sector and the sector. One being NGO Council, the other one being CFF or CSO Reference Group or whichever acronym you want to give it. But can we, within the sector first, align our interests? Then now, so that we can move together as one team. Because this transition that we have before us, already we've wasted, I think, 3 months. Timelines are tight, but we need to meet them. We've been having consultations, discussions with some of you in this room. And for us to successfully transition everyone, because there's a provision for a federation that is supposed to cater for the entire civil society sector, can we figure out the mess that is the NGO Council? Then we can proceed together as a unit. I would also like to recognize Joyce. Joyce, where are you? Joyce Naisiala is a colleague of mine. She is in charge of corporate affairs. So she accompanied me for this trip. Thank you very much. Continue the story.
Yes. Linton, actually, you've given me the words to complete my story. That is what I was waiting for. And you've used the word interests. And so a very interesting scenario is that we have government, private sector, and CSOs, right? And everybody has interests. But at the end of the day, when you think about it, we are all brothers, sisters, husbands, whatever you are, which is defined like we are all citizens, okay? And a good citizen is the one that knows the place of the Constitution, regardless of where you are coming from, okay? But when interests then begin creeping in, which are not guided by those principles, then some people will call you bad, others will call you good. So this is just a call for us to be, as we soldier on, not worry what people call us. So we are called bad boys, bad girls, bad whatever, but at the end of the day, let's push for what is right as good citizens. I'll call upon Brenda. You around? Or any from the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights? Otherwise, then we'll proceed to Madlena. Then Jedida Waruyu. So Madlena, from the UNDP? Ah, okay. So feel free to edit my story.
A very warm morning to all of you. On behalf of UNDP, I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for inviting us to take part in this forum that indeed seeks to strengthen dialogue and collaboration between the civil society and all the stakeholders. In the spirit of being brief, I'm going to be very brief because I'm offloading the burden of the remarks today to my boss over there, Stephen Jackson. He's going to take the burden to present the remarks on behalf of the UN family in Kenya. I think, as has been already asserted by all the speakers before me, indeed, a thriving civic space is essential for democratic governance, and that civil society plays a crucial role in advocating for rights, promoting transparency, and contributing to national development. A lot has been said already about the robust constitution of Kenya, that I think not only Africa, but actually everywhere in the world, it has been spoken of highly. That is a very progressive constitution, a constitution that helps move Kenya to where Kenya wants to be as a middle income country. And I think as a region, a number of African countries also look up to Kenya, whether in its constitution or in its vibrant civic space. Where I come from, a number of Kenyan civil society leaders I know have gone there to provide it capacity development in building the civic space in where I come from. So the journey of the Kenyan civic society, I think, is well tested, is recognized, and has contributed to bringing Kenya to where it is today. If I can say, as somebody who's not from Kenya and definitely a millennium, in Kenya or the civic community, Kenya wants to see what the result of what the journey and the efforts that they have gone through over the years. I would say that the Gen Z protest in June is in a way really kind of a reflection of all that the civic society has put in place, because it's no longer about 30 or 40 or 50 civil society groups. It's actually a national awakening, you know, of the youths to come and say that we are youths and we want to be, we no longer want to be passive. We want to really be active stakeholders in seeing how this nation is run, we want to be involved in seeing how, you know, our resources are being allocated. We don't only want during elections, but we also want to see we are governed by the leaders that are elected. So if there's anything for me as an outsider, I would see that that's actually maybe something that the civic society in Kenya should take pride of, and see that as a result of really a demonstration and a testament of all the grassroots work and effort that they have been engaged in at various levels. And I think change can only happen as it's happening now, when the masses take it as their own issues. It's no longer an issue for different groups. When they become, you know, active stakeholders in trying to make a change and try to bring a difference into their life, that hopefully then cascade into the generation that is coming on after them. So for me, I really see it as a moment of awakening, and that not only in Kenya, that a number of countries, I mean, Nigeria obviously had started with the Stop SARS, and Kenya took it to the next level. Other countries seeing the youth saying, how do we also try to learn from Kenya? Yeah. So I think that's something that we should all, I mean, not me, the civic society should be proud of. And I think for me, really, the message is then, what now from here? From this protest of 2 months, a number of issues have been raised up, you know, of strong issues, as have been discussed and presented here before. But how do the civic society help this youth or this population to move from here to the next level? Yeah. How is it going to be every time, I guess, that, you know, people have to go out and protest issues and then go home? Or is there an opportunity to be able to say, as maybe civic society, our next level maybe to see how do we contribute to helping a platform or a space for continuous dialogue, a dialogue that is back and forth, a dialogue that is constructive, and a dialogue that actually leads to change. Yeah, because I'm sure the issues that the youth have raised, as a number of speakers have said, a number of them are still pending. How do the civic society contribute in seeing that those issues are then addressed in a systemic way, so that hopefully tomorrow they shouldn't, maybe, not that obviously protests are not welcome, it's rightly enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya, the opportunity for people to engage and to raise their voices, but how does it go forward to solving the issues that has been addressed? If there is anything in these 2 days meeting, today and tomorrow, that's frankly where I will be interested in seeing. that there is an opportunity for today and tomorrow for engagement to say that as civic society, now that we have awakened this sense of civic duty, this sense of civic engagement and activism across the country, now we want to help to be able to set a system or a process of a continuous engagement with the authority or with all the stakeholders, a system that ensures that there is mechanism of feedback, a system that ensures that there is a resolution of a number of issues that have been raised. I think that's my small contribution in this meeting this morning. As UNDP, we remain committed to engaging with Kenya, the public, and the country as a whole to really see that Kenya remains the stable democracy that is looked at across Africa and across the world, and that obviously this can only be realized if Kenyans feel that they're happy, they're engaged, they're having the jobs that they want to have, and that they're active citizens of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as you go, we want to send you, when you meet those guys from Nigeria and other places, as they want to learn from Kenya, learning, you learn to adopt, to reject, and everything else. They can at least avoid the police brutality and other aspects that are not good, and then they pick the good one. I'm saying this as I wait for Faruyu from the National Witness Protection. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Fantas Karuki. I'm representing Jadida Waruyu from Witness Protection Agency. She wanted to be here, but due to unavoidable circumstances, she changed the plans the last minute. Now, I think most of you are aware that Witness Protection is an agency that is mandated by law to provide a framework and a procedure for giving special protection on behalf of the state to the persons in possession of important information and facing potential risk or intimidation due to their cooperation with the prosecution or law enforcement agencies. So we offer special protection, and most of the time it comes at the tail end when the other protection measures are not viable. So part of the functions of the agency, I've said, is to establish and maintain a witness protection program. That's where the program that is where witnesses are protected. Okay, that provides that protection. And function is to ministries, departments, agencies, all individuals on adoption of strategies and measures of witness protection. So sometimes we don't maybe get the witness protect. We can advise on the various strategies that can be used, especially if it's a very it's a case that involves maybe many witnesses. We can just we advise that we get the critical one, the crucial ones who can testify on behalf of the many others, and then don't expose everybody. You can maybe bring in the few who are really critical so that we can protect, but the others now we can get other ways of protecting them. So that's part of my day, to advise. And because there are so many cases that are in court and we are not able to protect all the witnesses, we specifically, as we do our assessment of the witnesses, we specifically look at various aspects, one of them being the public interest. If a case is of major public interest, we are very much interested. I mean, we want to protect such witnesses. And also maybe the type of evidence that person is giving sometimes it could be so it can expose him to a very, the evidence can expose that person to very serious danger, maybe because he's testifying against a very influential, a very strong person. Look at that, and also the seriousness of the offense, maybe murder, terrorism, drugs, and all that. Part of the reason why we do that is because of the budget, because we don't have so much resources to protect every witness. So, as I include this, because the people who come into contact with the witnesses first, it's not us. It's maybe the civil society, the government agencies. So we really like that the people who come to contact with the witnesses first to have knowledge on how to protect those witnesses before they are armed, before they are really exposed. So that's why we go to various forums to advise government agencies and also civil society on how to be the first line of defense of those witnesses, because a case without a witness is do not go anywhere. So we'll be around to also, as part of our mandate, to give advice. So for now, I just want to stop there. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think at this, because I think we are still doing, we are catching up on time. And so I want to call Jeffrey to invite to make his remarks, and thereafter to invite the keynote speaker, Dr. Stephen Jackson. And it was quite an honor being the moderator for this session, because now my power is going to go like this after this. So thanks a lot. Karibu.
Here. I'm really excited to be here. It's a big room with a lot of interested participants, and I'm happy to be part of this, happy to be here in Mombasa. I always enjoy coming to Mombasa. My name is Jeffrey Schuman. I'm the Deputy Director at USAID in the Office of Democratic Governance. Forward to today, to tomorrow, to all the discussions that we will have on protecting civic freedoms in Kenya and enabling civil society to work with the government together to improve the lives of all Kenyans. This is an important year for Kenya, for civil society in Kenya, but also for the relationship between the United States and Kenya. This year marks 60 years of partnership between the United States and Kenya. And over those 6 decades, we have stood side by side with you, with the government, working together to improve the lives of Kenyans across the nation, and importantly, to deepen democracy and civic participation. Over those 60 years, we have witnessed steady progress towards strengthening democracy, from the advent of multi-party democracy to the promulgation of a new progressive constitution in 2010, to a series of progressively more and more peaceful elections. And there's a lot to be proud of there. But it has been you throughout that journey, civil society, the people in this room, your organizations, who have stood up year after year and moment after moment and led the effort to invigorate democracy, protect human rights and justice, and bolster governance that ultimately supports inclusive and sustainable development. So Kenya is now at another pivotal moment in its democratic journey. We've heard about it from the presenters this morning. And a piece of that is the operationalization of the PBO Act, which is a significant step to ensuring civil society and government can work together transparently and inclusively to overcome some of the challenges that remain impediments to development here in Kenya. So as we know, last May, His Excellency President Ruto announced during the United Nations Civil Society Conference that the government had gazetted the commencement of the PBO Act. So of course, it's all in the implementation, and a lot remains to be done, but the act itself is an opportunity for Kenya to stand against a global trend of weakening democracies. I think it's important to seize that opportunity to make it easier for citizens to participate in civic and political processes and to uphold justice and human rights. Shortly after that announcement, President Ruto was welcomed by President Biden at a state visit to Washington. And as part of that visit, the United States made a number of new commitments to help promote transparency, accountability in government, to combat corruption and protect human rights, and to strengthen civil society. And among those commitments was $700,000 in new funds to support the implementation of the PBO Act. And we are really, really pleased to be partnering with KCDF through the USAID Ubora Mashinani program to ensure that as the PBO Act is implemented, it is done in a way that enhances the enabling environment for civil society to operate and strengthens the partnership between civil society and national and local governments. So we know, of course, the PBO Act alone won't solve all the challenges that are limiting civic freedoms in Kenya. We've heard a list of them this morning. They include the impact of emerging technologies on civic voice, new modes of engagement, and new expectations from Kenya's youth population, fiscal challenges at national and local levels, a number of other issues that are going to need to be confronted even as the PBO Act is implemented. So this could not be a better time for this summit to take place, to bring people together to have these conversations about overcoming these challenges, working through these challenges, and charting a course for the future and reflecting on the past. I was looking through the report on the table, which is full of really, really great data and statistics. But let me share another statistic. When asked whether the government should ban or should be able to ban organizations that go against its policies, or whether citizens should be able to join any organization, whether or not the government approves of it, just over half of Kenyans say citizens should be free to join any organization they want. That leaves about 42% of Kenyans who say it's okay for the government to ban organizations society and government are seen to be in conflict. I think these are related, but it suggests there's a lot of work to do to realize the vision that's in the PBO Act, to realize the missions of your organizations and your efforts, and to strengthen civil society independence. So USAID is working hand in hand with local organizations to increase meaningful public participation at the county level, to shore up financial management in the health sector at the county level, enhance capacities for citizens to spotlight fraud, waste, and abuse, and to make elections and political processes more transparent, efficient, and effective. The goal of all this is to work with civil society, to work with government, national and county level government, to enhance the quality and accountability of governance and service delivery, and ultimately increase trust between citizens and democratic institutions. But in order to yield sustainable results, civil society, government, independent institutions, and commissions all need to work together in partnership. That requires, what I hope will be done this week, identifying specific opportunities for coordination, collaboration, and accountability across all the stakeholders. For the government, that means upholding human rights protections and standards of leadership and integrity that are articulated in the Constitution. It requires providing sufficient technical and financial resources to independent institutions and commissions so that they can fulfill their mandates. And for civil society organizations, it means engaging fully in developing the regulations and structures outlined in the PBO Act itself. And it means proactively coordinating amongst yourselves efforts to protect civic space through a unified voice so that you can convince the 42% of Kenyans who think it's okay for the government to ban organizations it disagrees with that your work matters to them, that it is essential that a strong, vibrant, and open civil society can ensure that government delivers for them, for their families, and for their communities. And for our part, USAID looks forward to continuing to work with the government, with independent institutions and commissions, with you and the people of Kenya in strengthening civic space and improving democratic participation, transparency, and accountability. So again, let me thank all of you, all of your organizations, for your commitment to enhancing the enabling environment for civil society, and for the really critical work that you do to promote accountable and responsive governance. I look forward to following the conversations today and tomorrow, and asante sana. Is it on me to introduce the next speaker? Please, Dr. Jackson.
That was good of you. Well done. Thank you. Since the United Nations is an organization of 193 member states, it's very nice to be invited by citizens of one and welcomed by the representative of another. So thank you very much for doing that and stepping into the role. So, Hamjambo Marafiki, it's a great honor for me to be with you this morning as United Nations Resident Coordinator. And I was determined to make it down to Mombasa to be part of this crucial gathering, not just because of the ongoing and continuing importance of civil society anywhere in the world, and certainly in the life and development of Kenya, but also because of the particular year that we've had. So it is a real honor and privilege to be with you. I wanted to start by quoting from the joint statement that a long list of you, many of you that are in this room and others that are not, put out as civil society organizations this July. I'm going to quote from that statement. So the phrase that particularly struck me is, civil society organizations in Kenya have been the backbone of the nation, tirelessly safeguarding democratic values and principles, amplifying the voices of vulnerable communities, promoting transparency and accountability. It's a powerful quote. And now I want to do something provocative in this hall, and that's quote from the President of the Republic of Kenya, from that self-same civil society conference that has been mentioned a few times this morning already. By the way, a point we might come back to our great shame, the 76th, I think, Global Civil Society Conference convened by the United Nations, and the first not Africa, the first is, when you think about it, pretty embarrassing. But a great conference. And your president said the following in May. Civil society has a role to play in the development of our country. We may not necessarily always agree, but that is the beauty of having diverse opinions. And he continued, it's our responsibility to meaningfully involve them, civil society, in shaping the future by consistently taking deliberate steps to dismantle barriers hindering their participation in political and public life. Again, a very powerful quote. I see my role as United Nations Resident Coordinator as being a partner with you, as I represent the UN Secretary General here in Kenya, to be your partner, but the government's partner as well, to be part of holding all of us mutually accountable for that spirit. The spirit that is there in the quote from you, and the spirit that is there in the quotes from His Excellency, the President. And it's certainly that spirit which draws me here as part of that determination to have mutual accountability. Civil society was clearly woven into the fabric of the United Nations Charter right at the very beginning, the birth of this organization in the mid-1940s. You know, I'm sure, that the very first words of the United Nations Charter are, we the peoples. And it's indicative of that, isn't it? It's not we the member states, we the governments, we the states, it's we the peoples. And so the Charter tells me that it's my job, representing the UN proudly, I hope, in Kenya, to serve the Kenyan peoples and with the Kenyan peoples or people. Civil society was also written in right from the beginning into the fabric of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which recognizes that development, peace, and security are inextricably linked together, mutually dependent each on the other, and that achieving any one of them requires achieving all three of them, and that achieving all three of them requires, amongst other things, inclusive and safe public and civil society participation, meaningful participation. And meaningful participation demands an environment ensuring a diversity of voices. And my goodness, we have a diversity of voices in this room. So hongera sana, just for coming together. But we have to ensure together that there is an environment within which your voices, the diverse voices of Kenyans, are heard, included loudly in debates, and that there are safe channels, and by the way, a vibrant media landscape that would allow for peaceful disagreement and dissent. And so that number you just quoted to us, I mean, I hope everybody was listening, right? Nearly half of Kenyans don't necessarily agree with us in this room that that's essential, that it should be possible and permissible, perhaps even a good thing, to be able to dissent. So clearly, as you just said, Jeff, that's something on which we need to work. Your constitution also recognizes this, and you mentioned it, many others have this morning. The Katiba is a quite extraordinary document. By the way, no offense to my home country in Ireland, but I wish your constitution was our constitution. I don't know if you saw that a few months ago, there was an attempt to amend our constitution in Ireland to remove language that dates from about the 1930s or so about the special place of the woman in the home. Referendum failed. We still have a constitution in 2024 that says the woman has a special place in the home. So I wish we had your Katiba. It recognizes the importance of civic space, and it lays out a really clear vision for why civic space is so important in the context of Kenya. So there is so much potential in your constitution. It is the roadmap and the guarantee for the future that you want, that I want, that the United Nations wants, I believe the Kenyan people want. And yes, I do believe, actually, that successive Kenyan governments to greater and lesser extents have wanted a future for Kenya that is democratic, successful, prosperous, equal. So there's massive potential in that constitution. You know it, and it's our job to make it real. And we've seen some very significant challenges of late. The protests and the reactions to them both really bear out in human, physical terms those challenges. But I do want to be a bit of a controversialist this morning. I already was in a kind of a pre-discussion that some of us were in before we got started. I have a bit of a problem with this term civic space. I don't have a problem with many of the ideas that we're discussing and many of the principles we're discussing. I have a problem with the metaphor, the way we talk about this. Have you ever been anywhere? Be honest now. Put your hand up. Have you ever been anywhere in the world? I have not in a 30-year career. I've never been anywhere where people say civic space is increasing. Civic space is enlarging. Civic space is getting bigger. You just never hear that. It seems as though every time we talk about civic space, we say it's shrinking. And I find it disempowering. Can I be honest? It's not to hide or to shirk from the very real struggles in which you're engaged. I reject the language of civic space precisely because I want to put the highlights on where you're struggling, but also where you're actually winning, where you've marked some victories, where you've marked some advances. And when we talk about civic space as just one thing, just one single thing that is either getting bigger or getting smaller, and we almost always seem to think it's getting where we are in the world, then I don't find that very useful as an organizing, as a way to organize, as an organizing principle. I think it's better to concentrate on where we're stuck, where we're struggling, where we're in trouble, where we're blocked, but also to keep our eyes on what we have been able to mark, the progress that we have been able to make, the victories that you have been able to score. And by goodness, I really feel that you have. I was first here working in Kenya as a young man right at the start of my career. I started working in Nairobi in 1992. Those were tough years. By God, those were tough years. And if we were to say, has civic space increased since then? I think we'd all have to say yes. Yeah? I was teasing a colleague of mine recently, and forgive me, I'm going to do a bad impression of a Kenyan accent right now. You'll have to forgive me. But when I was here in 1992, KTN had just started broadcasting. And I remember we were quite excited by it, at least it was an alternative. But even on KTN, every evening, Catherine Kasavuli or one of the others, the news would begin, and what were the first words out of the newsreader's mouth? Today, His Excellency, President Daniel Arap Moi, and then whatever, opened a pig farm, made a state visit, whatever it would be, every night. Every night. Now, when you take that perspective and you see the change, then I hope that gives you strength and courage and inspiration. And I think that's what a number of speakers this morning have tried to say. Of or the last few years, but my goods, the journey this great country has gone on, thanks to you and thanks to those who came before you. So that's, I think, a little bit, I wanted to just challenge that. Having said that, the contribution of, if we're going to call it civic space or of civil society more generally, to sustainable development, which is what my mandate is here in Kenya. Those two things are inextricably linked. Civic space, civic freedoms are human rights issues, they're peace issues, but they are development issues as well. And the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals tell you that loud and clear. SDG 16 about peaceful, just and inclusive institutions is the most clear example of that, but actually this is a golden thread that winds through all 17 of the SDGs. Because civil society isn't just for itself, it stands for accountability, it stands for inclusivity, it stands for advancing rights, and all of those things are intrinsic to the delivery of every form of sustainable development. So that's why, as an actor, primarily the importance of the kinds of accountability for which you stand. Let me get a little bit less philosophical now, a little bit less lofty, and talk very concretely about some of the extraordinary things that I have seen civil society accomplish in the getting on for 4 years since I returned to Kenya as resident coordinator. First, let me talk about something that we haven't really mentioned this morning. You are on the front lines so often of the response at the level of communities to the disasters that hit Kenya. This is a country more and more and more in the crosshairs of the climate emergency, and we, in the United Nations rely on you as the frontline responders. So does government, by the way. So what you're able to do during prolonged periods of drought, what you were able to do during the flash flooding, and of course the human rights issues that almost immediately surged up around things like relocation and displacement. Knowing that you are there on those front lines is certainly incredibly important to me, wearing my other hat as humanitarian coordinator. So your advocacy, but also your actions on behalf of the vulnerable and those at risk of being left behind. The second is your powerful voice in calling out when things are going wrong. The example I want to choose of this is, I think it was Oxfam, but surely drawing on the work of all of you in this room, who recently pointed out that the gap between the richest and the poorest in Kenya was starting to reach extreme levels, with less than 0.1% of the people, just a little bit over 8,000 people, owning more wealth than the bottom 99.9%. That is an extraordinary fact. So 8,000 or so people own more than 44 million people. And the richest 10% of Kenyans earn on average 23 times more than the poorest 10%. The power of being able to say that and to say it freely and publicly and loudly is essential. The third is what you were all able to do as guardians of the 2022 elections. We, all of us in the privacy of our own consciences, no doubt, have our political preferences and who we would have wished would have won or would have lost or would have come to power or not. That's not the point. The point about a democracy is being guardians of the process, and that's what you were. And as a result of your actions, we had, and it was mentioned already, elections that were the most peaceful and the most transparent. Were they perfect? No. But the most peaceful and the most transparent that Kenya, I think, has had in a very long time, if ever. And that in a context where the results showed what we would call in Ireland a squeaker, a very, very narrow margin of victory. There are countries around the world that have had very close elections, not looking at anybody in particular, in recent years, that contended, I would say, a bit less successfully with the stresses and strains of that than Kenya did. And a lot of that is down to you. And then finally, but most significantly in the last few months, and you all know it, you don't need me to remind you, standing on the front lines at great personal danger to call for good governance, for accountability, for the transparent use of public funds, ensuring access to legal aid for those arrested or abducted or disappeared. The courage of that, the bravery of that. And you have, and this is for me one of the victories that I want to call attention to, you have put those issues of transparency, accountability, good public stewardship firmly front and center back on the Kenyan agenda. Is the country where you or I or even the government would wish it to be right now? I doubt it. But those issues are back on the agenda in a big way, and it is down to you. So hongera sana. And that gives me a moment to mourn with you individually and on behalf of the United Nations and on behalf of the Secretary General who spoke out back in July at the time, to mourn with you for the lives lost and the lives damaged. And to give you my assurance that we're continuing to press for the justice and the accountability that is demanded and that you all seek. And I can assure you that as recently as yesterday, I was meeting with government at a very senior level to talk about exactly this and the lack of progress in the investigations, the lack of cooperation in the investigations. So let me just take this as a moment to salute the very real courage and determination and engagement of the Kenyan civil society that you represent. It is not unnoticed. As previous speakers have said, actually, it was noticed by the world. And it continues to be noticed by the world, because what you do, civic space, again, I mean, it can sound terribly abstract. It's not. It is about lifeblood, the lifeblood of democracies, but the lifebloods, sometimes very literally, of individuals. So let me talk a little bit about how then we need to uphold and protect the role of civic actors in Kenya's democracy. I believe in institutions very profoundly, and I think that one of the stories of the 2022 elections was actually how well institutions in Kenya performed under pressure. A whole array of institutions that your Katiba constitution gives you. Again, were they perfect? No, institutions are perfect nowhere in the world. They are, after all, made up of the same frail, imperfect human beings as are in this room and as is standing in front of you. At the end of the day, institutions are human things. But I thought that overall, your institutions performed extraordinarily. And here I'm thinking of the entire arc of institutions, ranging from things like the Media Council of Kenya, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, to the courts that played such a crucial role, to the oversight bodies like IPOA, and great to have Mugambi in the room today. Your constitution lays all of these institutions out. And it is vital that we protect them, that we invest in them, that we continue to encourage them to do what the Constitution demands them to do, and to hold them up to account when they don't. The PBO Act has been mentioned several times, and we agree. We think that this is a seminal opportunity. It was stuck in limbo for over a decade. I was thrilled, and I was in the room when President Ruto made that announcement, sitting next to the Secretary General. I actually had the honor of, if I'm being completely frank with you, of decoding it for him afterwards, because we hadn't seen it coming. We'd been pressing and advocating over previous months for the promulgation. We didn't know it was going to be unveiled that day. And so immediately the SG said to me afterwards, "What was all that about?" And I said, "You need to know that was very important." But we need to make it real, as others have said this morning. We need to make sure that the regulation is turned into the progressive, pro-civic, enabling legislation that it is intended to be. And the devil will be in the detail of that. And you have my pledge that the United Nations, and I think I can say international partners, are very strongly encouraged by the promulgation of the Act, and watching extremely closely to see how we can help you ensure that it is implemented in the way it should be implemented. And we will not be letting go of that. So there's much work to do. You know that much better than I do. It's not an easy lift, it's a heavy one. And resources are growing ever more scarce. We do all need to recognize, and I hope you do appreciate this, that Kenya's national economic situation is a difficult one. There, I think, were legitimate reasons why the finance bill created such dismay. But it is also essential that Kenya eventually passes some form of finance bill. The finance bill, the notion of a finance bill is not the problem. I think that's what I want to say to you. Every government has to pass a finance bill of some kind. It's the contents, right? And we need your help to find a way that Kenya can go forward to finance government, to finance its development, to do so in a way that is pro-poor, that is pro-inclusion, and that carries this great country forward. And it's not going to be easy, but the alternative is very unpalatable. The situation is difficult, and everybody will need to get in and get involved in shaping what the economic and sustainable development future of the country looks like. So that brings us to participation in national processes, local processes, protection for those most at risk of being oppressed, and promotion of rights, including to participate in ways that are meaningful. I want to begin to wind up by giving you just some examples of what we're trying to do from the United Nations side in Kenya in respect to each of those three. So on protection, you have my promise that we remain very, very engaged in trying to ensure accountability for what took place over the last months. And we won't let go of this. And I know that I also speak for international partners when I say that. We've had very candid conversations with government about it. And I think that there is an appreciation that this is not something that can simply be let go. On participation, we have, I think in you in Kenya, a really important role in helping to facilitate and coordinate your engagement in development processes. So I have the honor of chairing a thing called the Development Partnership Forum that brings together all the international partners. It's chaired by the Deputy President, myself, and the German ambassador. And we want to make sure that civil society is fully reflected in that. I've sat with the leadership of a number of entities represented in the room to talk about how we do that and how we ensure that civic freedoms remain on the agenda of that forum. We're also continuing to work with government to make sure that the funds to process the implementation of the PBO Act are made available. And I'm very happy to see the acting director of the PBO regulatory authority in the room. We've not had a chance to sit down yet, but I know we're going to. I've already spoken about the importance of the PBO Act, but just please believe that we will be very engaged in helping to carry that forward and in the way, in the spirit that the Act envisages. We continue to work very much with many of the women's platforms and organizations that are represented in this room. There's a very particular importance to the engagement of women's leadership and participation in the civic space. And you don't have to take that from me. No lesser than the Security Council of the United Nations passed a landmark resolution, 1325, almost a quarter of a century ago on this exact point. And it's a very, very active area for us that we will not let go of. Madalena, my sister from UNDP, I think didn't have the time to speak about this, so I will, that UNDP, with support of the Dutch government, is implementing a civic space protection project in 4 counties right now, and with the real potential for scale. And I think we need to take that to 47 counties if we possibly can. One final thing before I wind up that I think is an amazing opportunity here in Kenya. For me, the most remarkable thing about what was a very remarkable wave of protest over the last 6 months was the decentered, leaderless nature of those protests. I think it's quite an extraordinary achievement. And if I was a young man and starting on my PhD again, I think this is what I would want to study, is how does a movement of hundreds of thousands of Gen Zs without leaders use digital platforms essentially to crowdsource a very tight agenda of 15 demands. How is that done? That's a remarkable feat of organization. I would have bet against it, I have to admit. Now, and that was done, by the way, with tools, X and TikTok, that really aren't particularly conducive to consensus. Let's be honest. You tend to get points on X and TikTok for being the loudest, the most extreme, the most outrageous. There's real potential for me in helping Kenya to become a 3D, a digitally deliberative democracy. Pop quiz. Anybody in the room know how many times the phrase public participation crops up in Katiba? Have a guess. 15. Very, very close. Irungu said 15. It's 18. 18 mentions of public participation. By the way, I'm sure many of you know this, directly in relation to budget making, for example. That's explicit in the Constitution. There's a real opportunity, I think, based on the drive and the experience and the engagement of these protests, to inculcate a habit of using online spaces, backed up, for those who are not online, by town halls and real-world encounters, to use those as a way of creating the reality of what Katiba has to say about public participation, so that we don't have to go to the streets every time. That we have, when Kenya makes its budgets, that public participation is not putting a notice on page 23 of the Nation in small type that says, we're doing the budget now, if you have any views, here's the fax number. That's not what the Constitution means about public participation, I think. And I think it would be fabulous to work together to make real what the promise of public participation actually looks like. And I actually think in the end that will be something that governments, plural, successive governments will welcome. My last few points, I know I keep promising it'll be the last, but I do want to zoom out to the global level before I finish and talk to you about something pretty important that's going to happen this coming weekend. And that is in New York, alongside the annual meeting of the United Nations General Assembly, is a thing called the Summit of the Future that the Secretary General has convened with the 193 member states of the United Nations. And I always like to say the clue is in the title. It is a summit, and it is about the future. What I mean by that is that for the Secretary General, and I think for many of us in the room, it's no longer necessarily clear that the future is guaranteed. First of all, from the point of view of the climate emergency, but secondly, in terms of the sustainability of our models of development or our models of governance. And it's there I want to particularly lean in, because a very particular strand of why the Secretary General has called this Summit of the Future is because of his concern, and I, with due respect and modesty, share that, his concern that almost anywhere you look in the world right now, what we call the social compact, the agreement, whether it's written down in the Constitution or whether it's tacit, the agreement between those doing the governing and those being governed, that agreement is under stress, under strain, fraying, close to breaking, or even broken. How do we renew the social contract in the 21st century? And that's a big, big piece of what this Summit of the Future is about. Secretary General has said on the question of the summit, this summit is key to rebuilding trust, restoring legitimacy, and ensuring decisions are shaped by the concerns, values, and experiences of people across the globe. Doesn't that sound like a fairly succinct encapsulation as to why Kenyans took to the streets? I think it does. So, of course, I have to, pay compliments to my boss, but I think he was on to something actually, because he called the summit 2 years ago. So watch this space. As we went to bed last night, a thing called the Pact for the Future, which is an agreement amongst the 193 member states, was under what we call silence procedure. So if nobody broke the silence, and people did break the silence a week ago on the previous version, but if nobody broke the silence, and I was desperately Googling this morning to see if they had, I think nobody did, then we have a pact that includes some very strong language in it about some things that Kenya and Kenyans really care about responsible use of the digital commons. That's certainly something that we care about financing for sustainable development, about the international financial architecture and how distortions in that architecture are putting great strain on Kenya's development journey. And yes, on the role of the civic in all of the above. So watch this space, and I know that there has been a lot of criticism of large Kenyan delegations, government delegations traveling abroad. But when you see President Ruto, he will be at that summit. And I hope that you will feel that it was worth your while, worth his while, and worth your tax shillings, because I think that this is a moment of opportunity, and I think it is something that merits Kenya's loud and powerful voice. So let me close one more time by quoting Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General, again, as I started, from the Civil Society Conference here in May, and how prophetic it was just before the protests began. He said, "Time and again, I've witnessed the enormous impact of civil society in every corner of the world. I see you easing suffering, pushing for peace and justice, mobilizing for change. I see you feeding the hungry, standing up for truth, advancing gender equality, and propelling sustainable development. Many of you work at great personal risk." Sorry, I see. I was seeing somebody in the back waving. I was thought, am I supposed to go over here? Let me start again. Many of you work at great personal risk. Climate activists are being criminalized and persecuted. Human rights defenders are threatened and humanitarians killed. I salute you, I thank you, and I ask you to keep working with us to build a better world. And let me just add, and a better Kenya. Asanteni sana.
At least I got to say thank you, and to just take this opportunity to thank you. Maybe again, you know, there's a way we need to clap until we feel the presence of the appreciation. So when he was speaking, he said how during the Nyayo era, news would be news. You would spend the first 5 minutes doing moi. So let's appreciate him in that style of the way the makofis would be done. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sir. Moja, mbili, funga, fungua. Up to today, I don't know what they were fungaring and funguaring, what they were opening and closing. But I think it was really nice. And so I was reflecting during the keynote speech, and one of the reflections that as he gave his speech was where we've come from. How sometimes we might not appreciate things until time has progressed. So sometimes I hear people saying, 15 years back or 20 years back, and they point very good things. But that does not mean that we must forget the atrocities or the things that happened that were also bad within that period. I think it's just encouraging us to appreciate where we are coming from, but also the good and the bad. Sometimes again, going back to interest, it depends on who you ask. Today, there are people you ask, how is the civic space? And they'll tell you, you know what, our accounts have been closed and so much has happened and we've been mentioned in some places, and they will tell you that it's constricted. Others probably things are good, and so the question is, how do we maintain solidarity as we move along? But I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all the speakers, all the speakers and the keynote speech, and to just appreciate the key issues that have emerged. I think we've gone through it's like we've gone through the 2 days. So as the other sessions come, then we are now beginning to dive deep. We've had issues of physical accountability being mentioned, and the role of the citizen to participate and to make decisions in that space. We've had conversations around freedom to assemble and to protest, and to just be a citizen who is able to do what they want to do as long as you're not infringing the rights of others. Can you be? Then we've also talked about doxing, or digital space. And sometimes when I look at the Gen Z protests, sometimes you wonder whether was it a failure of civil society and government and media that our young folks went to the streets, or what is it? But at the end of the day, we must give it up to them for the boldness to be engaged citizens. And so digital space, and how we move along in that as we advocate for our rights, slapping and all those things. Of course, John Owegi began with the issues around the cost that this is having on us as citizens, losing life, property, and all the experiences that we get as we advocate for the space. But most importantly, while we have a progressive constitution, it needs to be backed by different legislations. And so, again, as we appreciate the new PBO Act, the question is also, how do we progress from here to ensure that this particular, and I think the keynote speaker mentioned about a progressive legislation that serves the purpose that it was intended by citizens and people who have engaged in that process. And to appreciate those who have put in resources for that process. It is never done until it is done. I know it's now in force, but we have to begin feeling its fruits. And so I know quite a number of organizations. You can see quite a number of mini logos, but also a special mention to UNDP, who have continued to make an investment in making sure that this happens. GIAS Foundations, ICNL, Ford Foundation, Diaconia, KCDF through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Netherlands, and now also through USAID's investment in this in the past, but now as we move forward through the Ubora Mashinani program. So, and to encourage others to just come forward, and because so that we work together without duplicating each other, so that at the end of the day we can see a progressive law, and so that we can norm, form, argue out until we have the right thing. So you can bring forth a slide with the hashtags. So as we move from this session, we are going to take a very short break of between 5 to 10 minutes. So let me just make it 10 minutes. I'm guided as such that we take some photos and a health break. Then we can come back for the next session so that we catch up on time. But I want us to, is a slide, are you able to project the hashtags? Oh, yes. So what I want us to do is that those who are able to, if you're able to take out your phone, I learned this trick from Alton, I can see him here. So if you are able to take out your phone, please do so. Then take a selfie. Be careful so that you don't get into data issues by taking a photo without consent. But I think there was a consent form. So just take a good selfie, or take a photo of the anything. And we are going to see there's accountability here. No lunch voucher. So take a photo, and then I just want you to say something about the mid-morning, or to just communicate a message. If you don't find anything else that you want to say, just find something that has been said by the speakers. just one thing, okay? And then you post it as we move to the next session. So I'm saying this to just allow that you post it, and then we all assemble outside in the next 1 minute, and there's going to be some the media team will be there to guide us on how we take the photos. So yes, to just appreciate everyone, and you can clap for me. So we can begin. We can start with the tables at the front, then the rest of us.
Yeah, outside the hall there is a media banner, so we are going to assemble around the media banners. We take the photos. The photographers already, I think, mobilizing. So let's just mobilize quickly. We are also allowed a 5 minutes bathroom break so that we come back, do the reports, and then proceed for lunch. Thank you. Let us mobilize quickly to save on time, kindly.
Ni wewe na mimi.
at the end of the year. And that survey gives us the probability of all these possibilities and violations in all the 47 counties. And then where incidents take place, we would like to have a situation where every incident that takes place in a county is recorded by a monitor, and the monitor is able to go to the CFF website, click onto the survey tool, choose their county, report about the incident, and do all the other things that we are proposing there that can give us a package of incidents throughout the year, so that throughout the year at the mid-year with the survey, we are able to produce an interim report. At the end of the year, when we do the second survey, we're able to produce a report, so that you don't ask a consultant to produce a report for you, that this report becomes something that's dynamic, that all the members in the room interact with in the counties, and therefore the production of the civic space report becomes a function of the sector, which means you are going to either appoint monitors of CFF or work with CFF members to do the monitoring on that tool. That is the proposal we are making. If you are to go down to the place where we are discussing the different freedoms, we have looked at the different parameters that we could use to make this index possible. And all those parameters, we have heavily relied on what Civicus provides, what we have been discussing as a country. And we have decided to rank the parameters from one that looks to us as negligible to the heaviest one that looks to us as catastrophic. And catastrophic would be situations where the police, for example, kill people. Catastrophic would be situations where there is huge destruction of property and people's livelihoods and so on and so forth. And then that helps us to sort of rank and measure and judge. And so if you could go to the slide that is sharing a link, I would like all of us to copy this, the incident assessment link. I can't see it there, but there's that link that I've shared there. If you can copy that, because I'll be asking each of you to go to that link and try and give us, something that will go to the back end so that we have a live analysis of this. The other links are one that helps us to build the profile of a county, because we want to know what each county is in terms of profile. And then the other link is one that does the survey that we are proposing to be done twice each year. I know my 10 minutes are about up, but I want you to jump to the slide that is talking about the risk rating. There's a slide there that has a risk rating with color coded. Now that slide is saying if we do the risk rating, there will be rating on a 3-point scale and rating on a 5-point scale. And I don't want to go through the details because this is something that is available. And when you look at the table on the right, what we are saying is if you are analyzing risk and you multiply the severity with the probability, then you are able to get the profile of that risk and whether it needs attention and action. And that is how come we are able to tell whether a risk is one that warrants attention. I just would like you to jump to the next slide, and if you can play that slide, I think a 2-minute video just to show people what the dashboard looks like so that all of us can interface with this. Are you able to play that? There's a video in the next slide. Yeah. If you can't play it on the embedded one, it is also in that folder. You can play it from the folder. There is a video there. That's what I want to finish with, because 10 minutes is not a very long time to do this work. In that folder, there's a video. There's a video link. You just click it twice, and you're able to play the demo. Okay. Yeah, so just a little summary to this is that I know the CFF website has a map, and you guys have been crazy about having the map and color coding the freedoms. But the map is useless if there is no data behind it. And so what we are trying to do here is to make sure that all the counties can submit data throughout the year. And that data comes on the dashboard. And on the first column, you can see that it gives you a summary of what is going on in a county and whether that county has partial freedom or repressed freedom or closed space. In the second part of the matrix there in the dashboard, you will find the profile of the county, population, men and women. You will find the governor. Then if there are constitutional commissions that are charged with the responsibility of civic space and they have presence in the county, it will be indicated there and all those parameters there. In the third column of the dashboard, you will then see the status of each freedom and how the data that is being fed is playing out so that you're able to know what the issues are. And in the bottom, the analysis is there of all the freedoms in their order of priority and profile so that you're able to know what to deal with. And in the last column, you have all the counties, 47 of them, and a color code that tells you whether a county is free, is partially free, or is repressed based on the data that is at the back end. CFF will have opportunity to work on the back end. All of us will be working on this live, and there are algorithms that we have built to do the analysis. And so every time you go to the dashboard and the front page, you're able to download what you want. And then there are different data sets that you can get from this, data sets for policy, data sets for campaigns in the counties, data sets that can be taken to each and every policy spot where we think there are things we need to summarize and interact and interface with the groups that we want to interact with. So I will not use the second part, this moment to talk to you about 2024 because the other task we were given is to share with you what happened in 2024. The report is there. We will be able to interact with that. And if you give us comments, we can give you a final report. The highlights generally are around the Gen Z protests, the economic issues, and the police conduct that has been going on. And we are here at a time when the police is still abusing its authority. You know, the IG has been committed to jail. He doesn't want to go there. You also know that we are here at a time when the police just misbehaved yesterday at the universities. And in Mombasa, where you are, there's a blogger, I think, who was sodomized. I've seen some video doing the rounds. And so these are the kind of things that we need documented real time so that we are able to have a database. When we discuss with the state, we are not discussing theory. Now, the weakness of the Civicus Index is that it relies on blog stories, and you could be using one story to say that a whole county is not free. And there's a problem with that in terms of science and credibility. So I just want to stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about the challenge that was thrown to us we are talking about a civic space that is constricted. I don't know whether it addresses the question of whether civic space is expanded. Maybe you can answer that as we go back to plenary. But we said we'll do the presentations and then we can ask questions. I think that was a good presentation. We can clap for him again. Very technical, but I think it is very valid in the sense that it provides information that can be able to support our work at the grassroots. So I'll invite Article 19. So maybe just introduce yourself and the research that you are doing, and we try to keep it within 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jeremy, and I work with Article 19 Eastern Africa. Just by way of introduction, for those we haven't interacted with, Article 19 is an non-governmental institution where you basically work to protect and promote the freedom of expression and access to information. So very quickly into the research that we've done, which has been started by some good colleagues of mine in the room. We've also worked with a couple of partners here who it will be good to also mention them. One being Kictanet, two Haki Africa, and Crips, who could be represented in the room. So in regard to the research, we did quite a bit of research on the impact of prevention of violent extremism and counterterrorism measures on civic space. So the background to this, if you could just project the presentation. The background is essentially there's a recognition that there's a problem of terrorism in the country, especially in the past few couple of years. So based on that, there's that recognition that there's a problem of terrorism, and also the measures that we can say government puts in place to counter terrorism and violent extremism. So one thing that we've noticed is that those measures sometimes kind of, we can call it shrinking. Let's not say, we've talked about the concept of shrinking versus expanding. Let me stick to shrinking for this time, where we see there's some sort of excesses by government that infringes on our playbook, where these measures that are put in place by governments, I think the world over, they are very similar. You can see similar patterns, you can see similar trends that are often abused to infringe on our space. The very recent example is the Occupy protests and Reject protests, where we were given the term of national security. And once you hear national security, it's like a bogeyman that you can't challenge. Once someone tells you this is a matter of national security, it seems like all of your rights go out the window. So essentially, I'll go very quickly into the objectives of the research. So the research was intended primarily as a resource for both civil society and funders to just give an updated analysis or kind of a baseline, looking at the key reflections of the experiences in Kenya, especially people on the ground that this really affects. So essentially, it's a baseline on where we are at in regard to safeguarding civic space against these excessive measures. You can call them legal measures, practice, and all that. Essentially, looking at where we are at in terms of the civic space in regard to security measures. So we had the research divided into three parts. One, looking at the impact of these measures on civic space, which was done by some of our good friends over at CRIPS, which was divided into two bits, looking at Kenya's security playbook, the patterns, again, the trends of the measures and practices put in place that kind of infringe on our space. The second part is the holistic approaches for us as a sector to defend ourselves from that, from those excesses. The next part of the research, you can call it the second one, looking at the surveillance laws and technologies that have been used to, for example, surveil activists, civil society actors, basically. Looking at those technologies, for example, how these laws, the technologies are used to infringe on our rights, for example, surveilling us, essentially cracking down on dissent. Finally, there was a perception survey which looked at the lived experiences of people on the ground, looking at the impact of these measures on national security and civic space, and even the effects on people. I think some of the key findings I'd like to highlight, especially in the perception survey, where a section of human rights defenders that we talked to have this, let's call it fear that they're always being surveilled. I think it's a fear that most of us share, but that was one of the key things for me that came out of the perception survey. There's also the perception that that communities tend to look at people that are working in the security sector, especially, I know we're in the coastal region, and this might be a problem for some of the people that work here. When you work with people that are involved in that kind of sector, if you're, say, giving them some sort of assistance, you may be deemed to be a sympathizer of terrorism. We'll all remember the case of Haki Africa, Muhuri, at some point in the past, where there was a very ugly situation. So those are the two, I think, key things that I'd like to highlight. Then finally, we have a couple of recommendations for all of us in the room, that is civil society. We have recommendations for academia, for government, and most of these actors. But the ones I'd like to highlight, especially for civil society, is on monitoring and documentation of these kinds of threats, these laws, following up how they affect us. Especially having that data will help us a lot in the long run. Then second, I'd like to also highlight some recommendations to government where, where we should look at I think someone was supposed to be here talk about the Financial Action Task Force, but that is a process that we were engaged in a bit in the past. There's a recommendation there to ensure that the measures put in place take a human rights-based approach to countering terrorism. And also for donors is also, I know there are some donors in the room, to also, because this work is often very fragmented, it's underfunded, so there's a lot of disconnect between the work that is going on between the civil society actors to defend the space against the excesses under the guise of security. So that's, I think the very last thing that I'd like to highlight is what we are currently doing in regard to all that work. The research was just the baseline. At the moment, we're working with a couple of partners that might be also here, where we are looking at developing an integrated strategy, or we can call it a counter playbook, where we say that governments have this playbook that they use to infringe on our space under the guise of national security measures. We can look at it as a counter playbook to counter their playbook to protect our space. I think I've tried to keep time. Thank you.
Thank you. Like a Gen Z, he has kept time. Imagine he stayed below 10 minutes. Let's clap for him. So we have a playbook that counters the playbook that has been developed. I think that is great. So we keep our comments until we finalize on the last presentation. Karibu.
Thank you. My name is Wangeshi from IMLU, the Independent Medical Legal Unit. I will actually not present the presentation that we had prepared. I will instead provoke your thoughts and ask that you walk this short journey with us by reflecting on what has happened over the last couple of months, the Reject Finance Bill protests. And as you do that, consider the following things as I share with you recommendations that we made in February after we launched a report called Death, Blood, and Tears that documented the violations that occurred last year during the the mandamanos that we had. So just have in mind that we haven't released this year's report yet, but so far we have 61 reported deaths, EJE. We have 67 enforced disappearances. 37 of those have been resolved, meaning that these people have either been reported as having come back to their families and or are dead. And we have 30 missing people from these EDs. We have over 1,500 injuries, scores of arrested, arbitrary arrests, surveillance, intimidation of different levels of HRDs, women's rights defenders, continued impunity of the highest level, disregard to the rule of law, and have a thought around what next as we prepare for 2027. So let's look at what we said in February when we launched this report. And I'll be very brief. I'll try not to read all the recommendations, but just to give you a taste of it so that then you ask yourself, why is this happening a couple of months, actually 4 months after the launch of our report? So the first thing we did note and just state categorically is that the Constitution requires policing to be consistent with upholding, safeguarding, and respecting the Constitution. It also ensures that the Inspector General of Police, that office, has its operational independence and aligns with the principles of human rights, professionalism, nonpartisan, and accountability to the public. But we are declaring that these guarantees and safeguards, unfortunately, were not met. Now, some of the recommendations that we put forward: the scale and magnitude of violations documented for the period of last year mandamus, where we reported 67 deaths, means that we needed to act on them. However, we noted that there was no formal acknowledgement, number one, by the government. And if you remember, at some point, a statement was made that organizations are collecting dead bodies from the morgues. Do you remember that statement? Yeah. So there has been absolutely no formal acknowledgement on the violations that occurred. We had proposed that all commanding officers under whose jurisdictions violations occurred should be immediately suspended from duty and facilitate impartial investigations. We had actually recommended that IPOA undertakes intense investigations and ensures that ODPP can close on those files. Police failure to take victims to hospitals and places where they required services and attention was noted. And do we remember that medics were actually this year shot at and pushed out of camps they had set up to provide services to people that had been injured? Do you remember that? Okay. We had also stated, and I'm just picking a few, that police must be compelled to adhere to the law and report all cases of injury and deaths to IPOA as required by law. That the Public Order Act 2011 should be urgently reviewed to align with the Constitution. Remember the court ruling in Malindi. What did they say? That the police were banned from using excessive force and lethal weapons. Now, some of these, I'm just picking a few because we had 13 recommendations, and one key one that aligns very closely with what my two colleagues have said is about the partnership with grassroots entities, and especially social justice centers and others, that we must maintain continuous and real-time monitoring and documentation so that these violations are well documented and we can use the data for advocacy and for demanding accountability. Now, the role of IMLU is really a human rights, health, and governance entity that uses the nexus of science, particularly medicine, and the law to document violations so that we provide evidence and credible and reliable data that can be used for advocacy, for programming, and for demanding accountability. But here we are providing this in February and giving very clear recommendations. And a few months after that, we have violations even more intense in nature. And those of you who watched yesterday's video, the multimedia university student, I don't know what you would call those officers. Somebody is on the ground, a young man, he's actually a first-year student who only reported 2 weeks ago to the university. He's crying, they've already broken his foot, his leg, and then they throw a tear gas canister right at his head. Tear gas canister right at his head on a person who's lying on the ground. Excessive use of force, blatant disregard to instruments that have provided on how to de-escalate situations. These provisions that are set out in the Public Order Management Act. There are instructions to police officers. So the question that begs therefore is, it's not that state agents do not know what to do. It's not that the law is not clear. It's just a choice and bad behavior. So, so we are dealing with, you give recommendations in February, clear ones. The Police Reforms Working Group, CFF, and Missing Voices have been putting up statements almost every week, some weeks twice, since the protest began. We have reminded everyone on how to conduct and maintain public order during protests. But that has not been enough. So the question I want to throw to all of us is, reflect then on really how do we hold police to account, and what actions then should we put in place? Because, comrades, all this conversation is leading us to 2027. Tutafakari hayo.
Thank you very much. So this is the time. If you have any questions, I don't know whether there's another mic out there, Owegi, or we use this one. So maybe I can see by a show of hands, there's one hand there. Let's see if we can get about 3, and then we go that way. So there's one hand there. Ama people are hungry. You want to go for lunch. So I have only one question. So is there another mic? Not really. Okay. Someone is pointing. As they sort out the mic issue, is there another question, or I just give the lady an opportunity as the others? Okay, we have Adika here. The last one. So maybe you could just point out if the question is to all of them or to a specific report, so that they can be able to respond directly to your question. Let's have a third one, and then we can see if there are any others. We found a mic. They seem to be looking for a mic. Is there a mic inside here somewhere? Ah, it's here. So someone can help me. There's a mic here. Jeremy? Thank you, Chris. So we can start. Maybe we could have started with Adika because he's nearer, just to save on time. Chris is sorry.
Thank you all. I think you did good background research. I have a question for the report from IMLU. You're saying we are preparing for 2027. My recollection is every election we've had people being lost the same way from 1992. Nobody of high profile has ever gone behind bars. Then we came up with IPOA to try and retract. Do you see any difference in the presence of IPOA? Ama hiyo pesa tutoe, tujue tu, we will deal with these people bila IPOA, without any hope kwamba this police brutality will be handled. And then, is there a way that that report can go to our networks so that then we can also try and make sure that it is implemented from this end?
Thank you. My name is Irina Sua. My name is Irina Sua. I have a concern. We've talked about recommendations that we give to government and they don't do nothing. There's the constitution, there's all these policies. I feel like as a sector, we are also aiding the state in doing what it is doing. Because why are we training people to comply to unconstitutional and anti-people legislation? If they can't comply to pro-people elements that are already there in the legal and policy framework, why are we going around asking communities to comply to an illegitimate government? So as a sector, we also have to start calling out the state and also not aiding the state to continue shrinking the space. On the question of whether the space is shrinking or expanding, we are here. How many public spaces in this region have not been grabbed? Is Tononoka still available? When is Uhuru Park being opened? So are we aiding, or are we going to start doing our work of actually protecting and defending civic and democratic spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. I felt like you asked a question, you answered it, so I'm not sure how to proceed, but maybe they can all give a comment on that. So I think the first question was to Imlu, so maybe you can respond.
Thank you, Adika. First to say that this report is available and we shall share the link. The report is called Death, Blood and Tears. So we shall be sharing that link. Now, you ask an interesting question and I want to answer it politically. IPOA, we know we have listened, and every time they have been in public spaces, they have cited frustrations from other government agencies, especially around collaborating and cooperating in regards to the investigations. Now, one thing I want to just urge us, let's change what is happening at IPOA from within. We know that their office, we do know that right now, what is it called? A recruitment panel has been set up here. How many of us have applied to get into the IPOA board? If we want to make change, let's be strategic and smart and look around and support those of us with good intentions, goodwill, and the know-how to get into IPOA and make the changes from there. Let's stop saying IPOA has failed, IPOA has not done. Now there's an opportunity for a new team to provide leadership in IPOA for the next 6 years. My colleagues, comrades, let's get in and we can make a difference. Number two, Irene, I totally agree with you. At times I actually ask myself, are we really helping when we go and read these statements and we're in every space and then the government throws it back at us? Oh, you guys are reporting these numbers, we only have these ones, you're exaggerating. Oh, there are no enforced disappearances. And then we come in and say, but there are these numbers. And we are sort of, sorry about that. I don't think we are quite shy of confronting the government, but we need a different tactic. I think we need to change how we are doing things. Yes, let us call it. Let us call it out. And I think Gen Zs have taught us there are ways you can do things differently and get action. But we seem to be doing the same things the same way. So that's why I called out for us to think through. How best can we ensure that we get results? Because the civil society, community-based organizations have been providing the data, have been calling it out. We have been in every space. If we count how many times we have called out, you'll be surprised. Maybe, Governor, my friend here, Davis, I think it's time we really think through some of the conversations we've had And Davis is very particular around a people-driven agenda that really shifts the game, you know? So maybe we need to think through that. Thank you.
I'd like to support the point about new ways of thinking, new ways of working. Picking from the recent protests, those are things that we've been trying to do for so many years. But people have come, and in a month, things are radically different. So I think it's just thinking about new ways of doing things, trying new things, essentially. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you asked me whether there was a narrative emerging that civic space is expanding. I don't know where it's coming from. But my suggestion is that let it come from data. If we can share data before we say anything like that. And I've given you a proposition. If we pick it up, then we will be saying these things based on the data we are receiving. And I think CFF must take the challenge of having monitors and collaborating with institutions so that we have people in the counties that are doing this. And civic space is not really being shrunk only by the national government. In the counties, chiefs sometimes deny CBOs a chance to meet. There are so many protests that have been stopped in the counties by police departments in those respective counties. And nobody reports about those. So we want to get all these reports. And I think part of what we are unable to do, which Aswa is alluding to, is we have refused to publish our views. Last year when we had this summit, I did present a summary report of the civic space situation 2023. Why haven't we published it? And we were using very raw language. We were saying there are two limpets that have taken our civic space, and one limpet is the president. The second limpet was the IG then. Now, this year that IG was forced to resign. But the one who has taken over is behaving the very same way the other one was behaving. And the same president who was limiting civic space last year is the president this year who lied to us that he had sacked his cabinet, then appointed the same people. And then we are saying, Your Excellency, I had people using those terminologies here. So I really think we need to confront Baba Shalin, as the Gen Zs were calling him, and say things as they are. Now, if we say that we go into IPOA to change it, we have seen many people go into these institutions, and then when they go in, they have realized it is so difficult to throw stones when you're inside there. I'm not sure whether that will change anything, because Parliament decides who goes into those spaces, and really they make sure their cronies and their friends are the ones who get those jobs. Maybe we should tell government, even the ones we have invited today, maybe we should stop collaborating with them. And you know, why invite them? Because they don't do what we want them to do. So the second leg of my report is a consolidation of all the other civic space reports, including IMLU. I didn't have a chance to speak about that, but there will be a report for this year that consolidates all the civic space reports from other agencies. And there are also recommendations in that second part. Asante.
Thank you. I think the thread that I'm hearing, of course, is about data. I think they've all talked about the importance of data. And that feeds into what CFF is trying to do in trying to create this platform. So what can we do at the county level in as far as consolidating that data is concerned? So I think the thread that is going through is that. And then the second thing is, of course, why we are here, that we need to come up with a way forward. The conversation is always, okay, we hear, we talk, we do reports, but what do we do moving forward? I think that has come from all our speakers, from UNDP, from the RC, from USAID. So the support is there, but how do we get out of this workshop and say, these are the points, or these are the actions that we're going to take moving forward? I don't know if there's any other question, then I can ask us to break for lunch, or ask Owegi to come and give. Yes, there are two questions here. So I have two, I have three. Is yours a question or feedback? a rejoinder from IPOA. So I have 3. Thank you for coming up. So do we close it at 3? Is there somebody else? We can close it at 3. Okay, good. So let me start with you.
Thank you very much. My name is Faith Kisinga Gitonga, a consultant in the civil society sector. I just wanted to throw this to CFF, and Patrick, if you're able to also answer, it would be good. But it's also in line with, the challenge about thinking about the next steps regarding the index. And this is a great idea. I love that the fact that it's actually thinking about what are some of the key areas that might be in need of urgent attention, but just to also challenge CFF, even as you're thinking about collecting this data and information. Maybe one of the things you could also begin to think a little bit about is what are the kind of plans that we can start thinking about putting in place in terms of how we mobilize urgent action for those areas that are highlighted by the index as actually in need of that very urgent attention. So that when it happens that we actually see an area in need of that very urgent action, we at least have a plan that we're able to put into place.
Thank you very much. My name is Bradley. Mine is not actually a question, but just a comment or a rejoinder on what Wangeshi said, and then Patrick came and said. I want to say that an institution is as good as the person holding it. If you are a person of integrity, you can't be compromised. And we have examples. When Kenya National Commission of Human Rights, Kenya National Commission was being formed, and Maina Kiai led it. We saw how vibrant it was. But after that, is it as it is? It is about the person. So when she says that we apply, when we apply 1,000 of us of good integrity, at least one of us will be picked. However much they try to interfere. So it is good that we get to those positions and try and change it from within. The judiciary, when you can say between Maraga and Dr. Willie Mutunga, your guess is as good as mine. You see, it's because of the personalities who are holding those positions. So it is very important that we go and get those positions and change them from within. And again, you see this issue of civic space, it is more serious at the rural counties. You see, in Siaya County, if today you dare question the excesses of the governor, you will be taken into the sugarcane farms. Leave alone this, what happened to the boy here anymore. There are serious things happening there. People don't question. It's not that there are no activists there. It's not that there are no people who can question. The problem, those are rural counties where people know even your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather. So brutality will be done to the whole family. And that's why people are silent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moderator, I think there is need to protect us, and 2 words to recommend that we be thrown out. We are here to stay because we are suffering together. You remember IG Kome calling IPOA busy bodies and all that. However, despite all these challenges, we've made some strikes, and Wangeshi will acknowledge, because we continue to receive, they continue to refer some matters to us. So far, matters in Gen Z, although I will speak when I love my time at the panel. For us, we recorded 56 deaths out of 197 injuries. In a nutshell, 7 out of this, in a space of 3 months, we've been able to progress to DPP, reviewed, and out of that, again, one recommendation has been made for us to proceed with the inquest. I think under the circumstances, that is something. 164 cases ongoing in various courts generally, and we've made 27 convictions. It is for this room to think about, as even we are talking about getting people that will come and be able to engage on matters, policy at the board, but at technical level, we're really facing a lot of challenges. There is the funding, and I began by saying even coming here, for us, wouldn't have been here to white note for intervention from internally, because funding again remains a major issue. Among other things that I'm going to, to share as we progress this discussion. Thank you. Lakini usitupe nje, please.
I don't know about kutupa nje, because whether we like it or not, we have to work with government. And that is why they are in this room. And I think that is why we have been asked to have a space where we can collaborate and dialogue. So I don't think the question of throwing out government comes in. I think it's a question of opinions. But I think one of the ways that we are talking about going forward, Lyndon is here, you're here. How do we create a space where we can all come together and listen? Because listening and talking, we can be able to find a way forward. So there was a question that was asked about data. I don't know if you want to comment, and then we can close.
Yeah, thanks. I guess what we are presenting is a platform that can help us even know what are the issues and which ones are urgent and which ones require immediate action in a nationwide perspective. Because a lot of times we report things that happen in Nairobi and then we think that that's Kenya. Or we report things that have happened in the city center and we think that is Nairobi. And so I think that's where government thinks that we are, sensational. So I really need us to think through this. For example, action around reconciling numbers. IPOA says they recorded 56. IMLU says they recorded 62. Somebody else says they recorded another number. What is so difficult? Finding out from IMLU, where did you get 62 and us we are 56, so that you correct your 52. If there are 62 deaths, why are you talking of 52? And you insist that that's what you know, and therefore you are more credible than IMLU. So I think there are things that, data can support us to really deal with, so that we even stop this. The president didn't know that the child who was shot in Kitengela died. So he was on media embarrassing himself. IPOA should have informed him. Tell him, President, this is what happened. Please know. And so I think, yes, there are many urgent actions that we can mobilize, but only if we also mobilize Kenyans. That's why I'm asking us to bring Kenyans on board in gathering this data. It will be possible for us to ask them nationally, can you contribute a shilling so that we run with this other urgent action that is needed for those who are injured or those who are dead. I spoke about the institutions of government the way I did, because I think institutions that are supposed to respond to respect of our constitution, like IPOA, once you get in there, it's no longer about being able to do something. If government doesn't give you resources, for example, you said even resources to come to Mombasa is a problem. Even if you're a nice integrity person, you have integrity, but you're in an institution that doesn't have a budget because the state doesn't want it to function. Like KNCHR was a nice institution, but nowadays they just complain about budgets. They only have money for recurrent expenditure. So even if you're a nice guy and you're in an institution with only money for recurrent expenditure, how will you help the Kenyan society? And so we will tell you, come back to us when you have resources, for example. And to end, I just wanted to say that there is so much that is happening in rural counties that goes unnoticed. The example of Siaya has been given here. The people who do gold mining in Siaya know what can happen. You can be killed and your death becomes a statistic because the police will aid the middlemen to kill you. And those things are never reported anywhere. And so we would like to bring all this on board so that we talk. When government wants to speak to you, the Gen Zs, I think, gave us the example. Government will come. The president said, I concede. Can they come? And they said, come and talk to us where we are. And he went to that social media space. So when you really need to talk to us, you will come.
Hello, hello. Hi, hello, hi. We are treating everybody with dignity, isn't it? Yes, that was what I was requested. So let us be in that space. Let us give people an opportunity to talk. Let us understand. Let us listen to each other. Because they could have chosen not to be here. Yeah. So we are doing this with a lot of dignity. So thank you very much. Please let us clap for our presenters. Hiyo ni makofi ya njaa. Mko na njaa. So Oegi, kindly, as you come up, I just want to say thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time. Research is not cheap, so we understand we need resources. So our partners out there, I think you've had the plea as well. And about the data, I think it's very clear. We cannot move forward without data. And the beauty about it is that it is going to the county level. So I think the challenge to CFF is, what do we do with that data at the county level? How do we make sure it is collected? How do we make sure it is collated? And how do we ensure it feeds into policy so that we are able to understand how to move forward? Faith Kisinga asked a very good question. Then what is the way forward? If you hear that in Siaya there are violations, what actions do we take as civil society? So this is a space. Let us take the challenge as CFF and let us agree on the way forward. So thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Let's clap for her and the panel. Everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. I will not stand between you and your lunch. I'll just, what is it called? Sit. I'll sit between you and your lunch. So, that has been a very interesting session in the morning, the speeches and all that. And now we want to break for lunch. I have some guidance on the afternoon session. We go for lunch from now, which is 2:30. It's 2:30 according to my watch. 1:30 rather, and we are back at 2:30. 2:30 means we'll have lunch for 1 hour. Okay? And from 2:30 to 4 p.m., we will have, if you look at your program, kindly look at your program. This is page 8. You could not have memorized it. Those people are not looking. I don't know why they are joking. So page 8, there's a program there which says, this afternoon we have breakout sessions. We want to go to 3 thinking spaces. One thinking space is about the conduct of security agencies in public protests, moderated by Kiama. Then another one will be a breakout 2, digital activism and internet freedom in Kenya, challenges and ways forward, moderated by Steve Biko. And the third one is the human cost debate in the struggle for protection of civil liberties in Kenya, moderated by Yusuf Lule. So this is what we are going to do. After lunch, exactly at 2:30, those sessions will begin. One of them will be here, to my left, my extreme left, just before the glass or the wall. The other one, number 2, will be out at the convention center. There is a door or a space with a writing on the door called
pen breakout. Pen breakout, pen as P-E-N, breakout room. That is where number 2 on digital activism will happen. Number 3, the one on human cost, will happen here to my right at the extreme end near the wall. So those are the spaces. You need to choose which one you are interested in and go to it. That choice you can make as you are choosing what you'll take for lunch. Okay? Hello, make a choice. Just decide where you go and then you go there. And that will happen up to 4 p.m. And then after 4 p.m., the various moderators of the sessions will close the session and people will be free to leave. We will not reconvene again here in plenary. Because if we reconvene, it will take a lot of time and effort to finalize. I don't know how to say that in English. Thank you, Weg. So the lunch will be served now. You will find vouchers at the door, will be issued at the door as you leave out. So please pick your voucher. There are 2 spaces happening for lunch. So the invited guests will have a space which they will be shown. So they have been asked, I have been asked to ask the guests who are invited to move out first, and then the rest of us will go.
Hello, hello. Attention, please, as we walk in. As we know, we have 3 breakaway sessions, as it was announced earlier by Owegi. The first one is looking at the conduct of security agencies in public protests, moderated by Peter Kiama from Hakieto organization, and the presenter is Irungu Hilton from Amnesty International. So the group has already set a space on my left side at the far end. So that is where we will gather for this particular session and have our discussion there. And then we will have the second breakaway session. That is on the other side of the conference center. There's a room there. And this is on digital activism and internet freedom in Kenya, challenges and way forward. Moderator will be Steve Biko, presented by Muturi Kature from Mozilla Foundation. And then the third breakaway session is gonna be at the far, on my right side. It's on human cost debate in struggle for the protection of civil liberties in Kenya. The moderator is Yusuf Lule. Okay, but it's on the far end. So let's all go to the respective groups that we are interested in so that we can proceed with the afternoon session. Yes. Huh? Digital is on the other conference hall. The first room on your right as you enter. Thank you. This is the second group, eh? The third group, eh? Okay. A group, Yusuf is not around, so I'll consult, eh? I will consult. Yeah. Hello. This group here is the first breakaway group.
on the conduct of security agencies in public protests. Naona wameshajipanga, so they are good to go. We have session group number 3 here. The one on human cost, debate in the struggle for the protection of civil liberties. Hapa. Tuokoe muda tafadhali, eh? Let's save time. Haya, kama we ni panelist hapa, tumeshapangiwa hapa.
So let me use this. One, two, mic check. 1, 2. One, two, mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2, mic. 1, 2, mic check. 1, 2, mic check. 1, 2, mic check. 1, 2, mic check.
One, two. One, two. One, two, one, two, one, two, mic check. One, two. One, two, mic check. One, two. One, two, mic check. One, two. Niweke tu mic washikilie mic hivyo. Lakini sauti itakuwa bado.
Nasema hii sauti tunapiga.
One, two. Itaenda tukasika kai kamera direct inachukua. Sikia. One, two, hebu sikia. One, two, headphones. One, two, mic check. One, two, mic check. One, two, mic check. One, two. Hiyo, one, two. Hiyo iko. One, two. Hii ingine. One, two.
we go by there?
So they're also following online. I will want to just use the mics.
Okay.
Lakini itakuwa na kelele.
Sauti kidogo.
Mombasa County Development Trust. My name is
Asante Dija. Haya, tuendelee. Info action, thank you. Nani anajificha pale nyuma yako?
Ni mrefu tu. Good afternoon. Eunice Wanjiko, Inuka, Kenya.
Tuomba uje hapa karibu hapa na rapoto hapa.
1 2.
You are in the
1
fourth
1 2
row there, hatukuoni.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Asante. Tuenda hivi.
Jambo. So is this si speaker.
Kila mtu mwenye anaongea
atumie sawa.
Asante. Let's go on.
So this is a session that is going live, being streamed. I want everybody to speak on the mic.
On the mic. Okay.
Mimi nilizaliwa nikisikia naitwa Swale Mohamed, natoka Kiev.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Nancy Cheki from YWCA Kenya.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Good afternoon.
The mic is speaking to the people,
told.
not us. I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. Hey, it's working.
So the mic is not help. Is it? Hello?
It's not working.
The online. It's the online, not us.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Cheki from YWCA Kenya.
Thank you.
Habari zenu? Naitwa ndugu Rocky Peter, HPJ Mombasa.
Christine Kuria, Katiba Institute.
Rosette Makundi, Transparency International Kenya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Harriet Muganda, First Action Movement.
Thank you.
Habari zenu? Naitwa Ali Sudi kutoka Kenya Youth Assembly Foundation. Asante.
Right, thank you. So at least now we know who is in the room, and we are going to start. We'll give our presenter about 10 minutes to make a presentation, and then we are going to have the panelists to speak. We have no high table. We've taken the African model of sitting under the tree, and the tree never has the high table unless you climb up the branch. And so the panelists are all over the place. Within us, they'll speak from where they are. Unless they want to come to the center, they are free to do so, as long as they do a nice dance for us before they come to the center, so that they get permission from us. So we are discussing the conduct of security agencies in public protests. And so in terms of the context, we are looking at security agencies established by the Constitution and the law. And when you look at who are the security organs under the Constitution, I think Irogo will be able to take us through that. Who are the security organs? Because we may have a lot of people who are masquerading as security agencies. Yet we have established those things under the law. So we'll hear who are they, why have they been set up in terms of what is their role in our democracy as security agencies. I'm saying that because we even have Kenya prisons calling themselves security organ, and KWS and NYS. So Irongo will clarify that for us first, because it's important as defenders of our democracy to know who has the legal mandate and who is the pretender, is it? It need to be very, very clear, because even some of us in our mitaa and Vijiji, we make ourselves vigilantes who become security agencies. So it's good to clarify that. Then we'll hear what is their role, And how are they supposed to play that role? And when we come to the panelists, we have a very rich assembly of panelists, starting with the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, who I call my defenders, who basically look at the welfare of human rights defenders. We'll hear from them how they relate with the security agencies' conduct within the context of managing protests or policing protests. We have the Independent Medical Legal Unit that has a focus not only on police reforms, but also accountability, police welfare, as well as the quality of service provided by the police. We'll also hear from IPOA, which is a constitutional body, as you heard earlier in the morning, whose sole responsibility is to deliver on oversight. And this oversight is not government oversight on the police. It is public oversight over the police. We'll hear what is the difference from Mugambi, because it needs to be clear what that means. When we ask questions about police conduct, we are asked, who are you? So Mugabe will tell us, should we continue to entertain that question, who are we, when we ask questions about police conduct? Then we have Article 19, who are dealing with the freedom of speech, expression, media, opinion. They'll be able also to speak to us about how that relates to protests and police conduct as well. So I'll leave it there for now and introduce Irogo Hilton, who is our first speaker as the presenter for the 10 minutes. Irongo has a rich experience in human rights protection, democracy, as well as sustainable development issues. And in the last few years, leading Amnesty International, he has been at the center of the issue of police conduct in protests. So Irongo, karibu sana.
So good afternoon, everybody. So I thought what would be useful is to maybe talk for 5 to 7 minutes on some of the reflections that we've had at Amnesty, but looking at many of you here who work very closely on the same issues, just acknowledging that much of what I will say you probably will be aware of already, but maybe it will generate a conversation starting with the other members of the discussant and then with all of us. How many of you here have been on a protest? Raise your hand and keep it up. Yeah, been on a protest, demonstration, picketing, as defined by 37 of the Constitution. Good. Keep it up. No, keep it up. Keep it up. How many of you have been on a protest for the last during the last 3 months? Keep your hands up. The last 1 month. Okay, good. All right. Some of you are serial protesters. No. I was talking about street protests, not click types. Okay. Now, consider like 10 years ago, the word activist was a dirty word for most people, right? The idea of being a protester was not something that you were very proud of. For most people, protesting was considered to be the things that those people who are very angry do over there, right? But what has happened in the last year, it has become mainstreamed to a point that actually for a lot of people, if you were not in the streets over the last 4 months, you might even be asked the question, what were you doing that was so important, right? So things have shifted. So this is the first, I think, positive thing to mention, that actually the right to protest, the right to non-violent civil disobedience has become legitimized for large numbers of people in ways that it did not before. Another point that I think it's important to recognize is that, the right to assembly, non-violent civil disobedience is synonymous with Kenyan history. There is no significant political, economic, or social moment in this history of Kenya over the last 100 years that did not come without some form of a protest or the other, right? So there is a direct line between Mekatilili wa Menza and Hanifa. There's a direct line between Tom Mboya and Kasmul Makore. There's a direct line between Willy Mutunga and Khalid Hussein. There's a direct line between Sheikh Balala. I was looking for one that some people will remember from Mombasa, the IPK radical preacher back in the 1980s, and Boniface Mwangi. And there is a direct relationship, sadly, between Mary Nyanjui, who took on police officers outside the what we now call Central Police Station, and Rex Masai, the first who fell in the protest this year, right? So we have to see this in a historical context. This is how a society breathes, how it improves and expands its democracy. And going back to the point that Stephen Jackson talked about, civic space does not only shrink, it expands. And actually part of our job as activists is to make it expand. There was an expansion in this year when the PBO Act was commenced. That was an expanded moment. The Gen Z movement, or what I like to call the Occupy movement, is another example of civic space expanding dramatically. Okay, so let's start with the good news. Let me turn, because I've been asked to talk more about the conduct of security agencies, and I'm going to focus primarily on the National Police Service. But I think, as has been hinted, there are many other law enforcement agencies that go into protecting the security of Kenyans or violating the security of Kenyans. And some of them have been mentioned already. A quick back of the envelope analysis that I did yesterday. I tried to look at kind of 2017, 2022, 2023, 2024, and just look at the waves of the protests and how the security services responded to them. Let me just give you some of the figures so you get a sense of what is the trend. In 2017, the period leading up to the elections and between the two, the election and the repeat elections, organizations indicate that about 70 people died in that period of about 6 months. Hundreds were injured, and something like about 205 women and I think a few men and boys were sexually abused or raped during a period of 4 months. Of those 205, about 50% of the perpetrators were police officers, right? So this was one of the features of the 2017 election, post-election violence. In 2022, the year of the elections, if you remove the confusion of Yala and the finding of bodies in Yala, less than 5 people were killed as we went into that elections, right? So it's a period in which we saw a fairly peaceful transition to an electoral season that did not have deaths and the destruction that you saw in 2017. In 2023, there were 150 protests. We forget, over about 4 months, 150 protests. And depending on whose records you go with, and I think the point was made earlier that somehow we should be able to sit with each other and count names and numbers so that we can actually get to figures that make sense across of us. There were more than 30 upwards of people who were directly killed in the 150 protests. Again, hundreds hurt. In 2024, this last 3 to 4 months, a minimum verified 60 deaths, 73 abductions, and over 1,600 arrests over 20 counties. Now, even as we go back and forth over the figures, the one thing we have to recognize is the situation is getting worse, right? The trend is actually downwards. What we have seen in this year is completely, I guess, in the opposite direction from the Constitution, from any of the laws that we have related to the policing of public protest. So obviously the documents that are critical is the Constitution, various laws related to the public order management. Some of you may still remember, I think it was back in 2017, the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights guidelines on assembly, the right to assembly. Now, what's interesting is that nobody seems to refer to that document anymore. When the Cabinet Secretary for Interior was being vetted for the second time, he talked about developing his own guidelines on the right to assembly. Whereas actually the Kenya National Commission has done this work over, what is it now? It's over 7 years ago, right? Now, I don't know if Ombok is reproducing a similar document, but I would encourage him to look at that Kenya National document because actually it's a very good place to start. Let me just very quickly, because time is running, I'm going to do 2 things now. One is I'm just going to describe what it has been like in terms of tracking police conduct over these last 4 months. What are the features of the violent policing that we've seen? And then I'm going to end up with like 5 suggestions of areas that we could invest in that would perhaps seek to regulate and restrict the violence that we have seen up to now. So the first feature has been the rejection of notification letters. Protest organizers go to the police station as per law. They give a letter saying they would like to protest on these days. This is the route, this is the time, this is the date. Those letters are either rejected initially or entirely, or they are used to arrest the leaders of the protests. And if there is somebody who did this almost faithfully throughout this year, it's Bob Jagge, who is currently missing. Right? He's the one person, I think I saw many notification letters with his telephone number and his contacts there. But that is what the police began doing that actually throws everything into disarray. It throws not only the marshals that have been organized by the protesters to coordinate their protests in disarray, but it also throws the routes and the times and the dates for the protests. And then inevitably what happens is the organized protest becomes essentially a sprawling protest. And at the fringes, when the criminals find there's an opportunity, they just become riots, right? So we have started to see what started off as legitimate protests with proper procession routes and so on, really just turn into cat and mouse battles between the police and citizens in places of worship, in places of education, schools. I don't know if you remember last year when tear gas was thrown into classrooms. We've seen it in the case of hospitals and medical centers where police chase people into the hospital and even tear gas people inside of dormitory, the wards. And we've seen also the turning of big high density informal settlements like Pipeline into really places that should not be experiencing high levels of tear gas, right? So I think this is the one starting point. The second one is that, as we know from the Gen Z protests, the excessive use of force against unarmed people, people armed only with constitutions, flags, what else were they carrying? Phones, flowers, and water. What inevitably happens is those peaceful protesters essentially get scattered and they are now replaced with people who are ready to do battle with the police, right? So this is the second feature. The one that I think is most frightening and the one that we have to arrest immediately is the arresting or the abduction of people by ununiformed officers. The deployment of non-uniformed officers or plainclothes officers in vehicles that are unmarked has now become the central strategy of how to disrupt a protest. It's no longer fringe. Last year it was fringe. This year it became the strategy, right? Now, the result has been that you've had 70 human beings essentially plucked from protests by people masquerading either as protesters or as journalists, or as, I guess, what was the other one that they were pretending they were? Medical doctors at one point. So I think one of the things we have to say is that the abductions as a practice of managing public order is not just unlawful, but it is something that needs to be taken up at a criminal level, right? So we have to have some of these officers brought into courts of law, charged with their commanding officers to be able to get to a point of sanity that this does not continue going forward. The fourth area relates to the issue of attacks on emergency healthcare workers and also journalists. We saw this in 2023, but this year we have seen very clear attacks on pop-up medical centers that were being set up particularly in Nairobi. And one of the things that has actually, a couple of times I've had conversations with police officers, I've said, I don't understand. You know that the way that you behave will produce violence. People will get hurt. But you are not deploying public health workers yourselves to save people's lives. Now, it sounds a bit ridiculous asking the police to do this, but I think one of the things that I would ask of our governors and our county governments, do they not have a responsibility under the devolved function of Health to provide those services that the Kenya Medical Association, Medics for Kenya, were providing this year, right? Maybe there's an area there where we can begin to, I guess, how do you say, to mix up the situation so that the police do not have such a, what do you call it, a playground for the violence that they have. The other part of the devolved agenda is that we have a provision constitutionally for the county, what are they called? The county, you know, not the inspectorate, those are Kanjo people. Yeah, policing authorities. And we've never been able to actually push that through. Is it time for us to persuade 5 or 7 county governors to say, listen, the cost, the pain for our people is just too high, right? Let us develop and fund a few policing authorities at the county level that can actually demonstrate that it is possible to allow people to speak out, to act up in manner in which they do not get hurt. And I think that's probably an area that I think could do with a bit more emphasis from many of us here. But we cannot allow for medical doctors to come out as volunteers and then find them being tear gassed, beaten, and arrested like Brandon was, or the Nakuru journalist, Catherine Wajeri, who was essentially targeted while reporting. Let me turn to a few ideas in terms of, I guess, work that we could develop. Yeah, the first thing that we have to recognize, the Gen Z have taught us that actually policing is not by power, it's not by force, it's actually by consent. If you are a large enough crowd, if you are brave enough, and you have tactics and a thing called Zelo, you can actually overwhelm a police service of 110,000 officers, right? That is how Parliament was occupied, right? Power is not in the barrel of a gun. It is in the basis of the masses of the people. And when people are unafraid, people are focused, and I hope also non-violent, they are in a capacity to be able to negotiate with anybody. So I think that's the first lesson. The second is that we have to get more active around the police stations, the courts, Parliament as an institution, and foreign capitals. Why foreign capitals? Because a lot of funding that goes into police training, equipment, and other forms of capacity building for our police don't come from the Treasury. They come from places like the United States of America. They come from places like the United Kingdom, and they come from places like Israel. So I think we need to start raising conversations in those jurisdictions also, and asking citizens there, is that what you wanted your taxes to do? Thirdly, we have seen the power of smartphones. There was a time many of us were like, smartphones are interesting, but they're for the elite only. We have seen smartphones essentially cause a sitting president to dissolve a cabinet. We have seen a finance bill be rejected, mostly through smartphones. So I guess the conversation we could have this afternoon, what's the next level of smartphone organizing that we need to introduce? The third, and then there's a fourth, and then we're done. For me, I'm done. The third is we have had one mass fatality and mass crime every year for the last 3 years. Yala in 2022, Shakahola in 2023, and then this year we saw Kware and various other cases where you have large numbers of bodies showing up in our communities, and we are reliant, again, on the very same institution that is most suspected for generating some of those deaths. So forensic capacities still remain within the purview of the Director of Criminal Investigations. There is an absurdity in terms of being able to investigate mass crimes when the only institution that can essentially gather the forensic evidence, store it, bring it before independent bodies like IPO and others, is the same institution that is also whose officers are being implicated in that process. Is it time for us to develop community forensic capacities? Right? Is it time for us to do what the Mukuru Social Justice Center began doing in Kware? right? And they struggled, but it was a turning point. The Malindi Social Justice Center and Shakahola. Is it time that we actually start now thinking about building those capacities at the local level? Very basic level, because forensics and pathology and so on, these are state disciplines. But there are some things that you can do that will make it more difficult for evidence to disappear. And then the very last one is this. The independent organizations and the constitutional commissions are hunted animals, right? They are supposed to be hunters, but they are also hunted. And one of the things that I think we have to do is find ways of expressing solidarity with them publicly and privately, guiding them to be more effective in what they do. Their levels of public trust in the independent offices have dipped dramatically, right? Rex Masai's case would have gone much easier if the witnesses who saw him being shot had faith in the independent investigating organizational capacities of the IPOA, right? For some of us, it may be time for us to work more closely with these institutions so that we can provide them with the support that they need. And where they have boards that are obstructing them, that we do the advocacy work on their behalf so that they can do the technical work and we can do the advocacy work. Let me stop there and hope that I've generated some thoughts.
In a very short time, navigate quite a wide landscape there, including giving us the lay of the land, as well as giving us some challenges. He's spoken about local action. What can we do at the local level? Should we always look at the national level? He's spoken about that in terms of our capacity to safeguard crime scenes, chain of evidence issues at the local level. Looking at the local police station, what can we do there at the local police station? So there's an issue of local action, but also national efforts that he's challenged us to consider, including leveraging the digital world to do our work. He's described a situation of continuing violations, but also in a very, I think, encouraging way, the gallant efforts of citizens to continue to protest and use that space and that constitutional right to express themselves, even in the midst of a lot of beating down in the process in the last few years. There's also the whole issue of targeting of specific persons or professionals like health workers and the media, which he says is increasing, is more than we have seen before. He also described a situation of excessive use of force. And also the creeping in of non-uniformed officers. Sorry, let me take that back. Non-uniformed individuals, because we don't know who they are. So that's why I've taken that back. Yeah? Yes, so non-uniformed individuals within the uniformed officers, we don't know who they are. But what that is ending up in is disappearances and killings, and therefore the situation of dilution of the basis for accountability. And we are lucky that we have IPOA here to take us through that. So I'll leave it there for now and invite our panelists to quickly, first of all, tell us who are you, what do you do, and we start with Article 19 in 1 minute.
I don't comment on the agenda. So I'm Catherine Mbui, again, from Article 19. I lead in the civic space agenda. I'm looking... Okay. My name is Catherine Mbui from Article 19. I lead in the civic space program when it comes to freedom of expression and access to information. And in this particular conversation, we are definitely in the freedom of association and freedom of assembly. Thank you.
Give to DK of Defenders Coalition.
Yeah, I've been introduced. My name is Kamau Ngugi. I work at the Defenders Coalition. The full name is the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders. And I believe I'm among my people, my defenders. They defend me and I defend them. These are the people who are preoccupied with the protection of the civic space, the protection of our constitution, the protection of the various human rights laws. So our intervention as an institution, and this is mostly where I find and I get to meet almost all the defenders, is when they are faced with serious risks. So we provide interventions for those who have been criminalized. We try to get them lawyers. We try to offer them bail. For those who have, before you get arrested, most of the time there are a lot of preparation that are done, and part of it is around narrative shaping, which makes sure that you have data enough so that by the time police intervene, you already looks like something bad. So we deal with issues of narratives, but above all, we also monitor the laws and policies, the civic space we're talking about, to ensure that we are operating in a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I like the parting shot by Houghton here that independent offices supposed to be hunters, but at times we are ruthlessly hunted down. Right. I, as a person, when I speak of matters policing, I have some authority in the sense that I began my career in the police service. Firstly, paramilitary officer, DCI, a senior detective, and now doing oversight work at IPOA. So we established under Cap 86 of the laws of Kenya to provide civilian oversight over the work of police. With three key objectives, these are to hold police accountable to the public in the performance of their functions. And we know those functions of the NPS. There are many. And to give effect to Article 244. So if we are established to give effect to that article, and what is this article about? That the police shall strive for professionalism, discipline, and to promote and practice transparency and accountability. Number three, to ensure that we have independent oversight of handling of complaints by the National Police Service, extension IAU. So those are three key, and I think I've responded to what you are asking, that we are civilian oversight mechanism. We speak for Wanjiko, and this brings a lot of issues for us at times, Dr. Kiama, because there is that perception. Sasa, this civilian, our raia, what are they coming to do at these police stations? To inspect, to intervene on this and this and this. But that's clear. And so going by those provisions of the law, we were able then to monitor the Gen Z protests, mandamanos, all the way from June to August. And we've been able to document our findings, made the recommendations, some of them that Wangesh was talking about in the morning. The good thing with us is that where there is optimal cooperation, we're able to get to police stations, peruse records, and so what we document has a lot of authority. But many times then this cooperation is not forthcoming. That's a serious challenge with IPOA. Again, I talked about constraints. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
We now have Imlu to do introduction. 1 minute. If Wangesh is not back, then you hold that.
Thank you. Again, I'm Simon from IMLU. IMLU is a national NGO that uses forensic medicine and science to document cases of police torture, extrajudicial killings, and other human rights violations. Of course, for us as IMLU, we partner with various state agencies, including the likes of IPOA, to hold the state accountable in relation to the human rights violations, to ensure justice and healing for the victims and their families. In a brief, that's what we do. Thank you. Yes. For just one for us, perhaps is a charging of the police officers who have been found to be culpable of police torture. There is one that is ongoing, and we have a very huge one that's coming up for 12 police officers taking plea on 3rd of October, and that is huge for us in the Baby Pendo case.
So what is that one thing you would celebrate about police conduct in the last 2 years?
I don't have a moment of celebration. I honestly don't. The only celebration I've had is in the last 3 months is when a fully geared up officer was pushed back by a gentleman holding a camera. That's the only part I celebrate. The pushback with just a camera. The change in strategy that just brought results and actually saved that individual from more violence.
Okay.
Yes.
One thing you would celebrate about our police conduct.
Let me pass.
Okay, give it to Mugabe then.
Yes, Daktari, as Irongo said, 2022 general election with no major cases of misconduct as a result of the interventions that were done through training of officers. I think that's something to celebrate about, unlike those other elections. Then what has happened all of a sudden, all those investments, folks training, what really changed? That in 2022, with this Gen Z's protests, you are talking about all these aspects of misconduct. But 2022, pre, during, after, with no major incidences, misconducts, that's something to celebrate about. Thank you.
And answer this question. How do you expect security agencies to conduct themselves while policing protests? Maybe 3 key points. Say, I'd expect the police to behave in this manner, in this manner, in this manner.
Right, concerns raised here. I think we need to eliminate all those concerns. Number 2, of course, we need to have a service officers that observe all these provisions of law. There are no aspects of excesses that actually IPOA has documented here. And so to me, that is key. I want to see if you're developing, for instance, the operation orders, there is adherence to the operation orders. There is serious accountability. Tell us, we are doing these officers from Kenya Police on service.
Before the police go out to police a protest,
Mhm.
there's an operation order.
It's an operation order that
Kenyans here, what does that mean? Because we just see police coming to the station with baton here. You're telling us there's a preparation.
right. Sometimes called operation orders, deployment plans. That's about promotion of accountability. Which officer is where, doing what, under what command? I'll tell you for sure, Dr. Kiama and the team here, that is one thing we've never said as IPOA. With all these protests, we do ask, we write. The responses we get are these are very confidential what? Confidential document. And so then matters accountability becomes really challenging. Yeah, those gaps, I think for sure needs to be addressed.
We also, because you mentioned the operation order, we understand under the law that the county commissioner or the assistant county commissioner is the chairperson of security committee in their area. So before the police go out in an operation, the DCC, the ACC has had a meeting with them, or the county commissioner, and they have agreed on the strategy. What is your finding around the involvement of county commissioners, DCC, ACC, CC?
Mm-hmm. Certainly, they are the chairpersons of security arrangements, whether at county level, sub-counties, name it. They have a strategy, yes, but is that strategy followed through on the ground? I think those are the questions we always ask. So challenges is strategy. Yes, sometimes we get to have access informally to these plans, and we ask ourselves, really, this is a plan.
Yes.
This is a deployment plan. This is operation orders. But the execution of those orders, the execution of the plan has a challenge. Look at even the code name of those operation orders. There is a code name. Ngoa Kwekwe. Do what? And look at those taglines, those names.
We are called Kwekwe. We are not human beings.
They
Operation
really bring
Kwekwe.
can invite a conversation.
Yes. In
Thank-
English is uproot the weeds.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So we'll have Article 19 here. Catherine, tell us, how do you expect the police to behave towards the media during protests? And in that, you can also speak to us about the role of the media in protests.
Okay.
If they're not protesting, that is.
Okay, thank you. If I may step back for a minute, I want us to think of, I know in the last 3 months, we've had protest politically context,
Yeah.
the political context, but also consider the protest of our young people in the schools. Because how many of us, if I would go with what we started with, how many of us might have participated in a protest in our learning institutions, either in high school or in campus? And now, in those days, you'd just be released or you'd be the punishment of sorts. Now, in every incident, a child is killed. Minors are being killed. So we need to think of, I'm hopeful that in this conversation, we're not just thinking of the Occupy Parliament.
Yeah.
But now back to media. They have access to information.
Mhm.
They have to, there are rooms they should be entering. You and I can't enter as civilians. They have that opportunity in the law, but they also have that practical resource to document it and record it.
Mhm.
The time when we are saying military are being deployed, that is not a conversation that should be happening in secret. It should be before media. It should be in the presence of media, so that they are giving us what are the reasons, what was the discussion in Parliament. Second, they have the right and the opportunity to share with us information. That can be either just filming what is happening or even bringing discussions, the way we have conversations and assessments and analysts coming on the show. They have the right not to be violated, whether their equipment, their resources themselves physically are not being targeted. A lot of what we saw in the last 3 months, literally where they are, where they have placed themselves, they're identified, they have the right equipment. You can tell that's media. That's not civilians, that's not goons, that's media, but yet they were targeted. So it's very sad that we assume they are criminals. What they are doing is wrong.
That's the
What
med-
you
that's
need
the
to do-
media.
Yes, that's
Yes.
the media. That the police can believe that media have no right, that what I'm doing is a secret affair. I should not be recorded or documented.
So how do you expect the police to treat you when they're in the midst of protests?
The same way they would treat any civilian, respect law and order. One thing I would highlight is separate the civil rights versus the criminal aspects.
Oh, Sauti,
You have
Sauti.
a role, as the police, your role is to provide security for protests. And that includes civilian protesters
Yeah.
and the journalist. So when you are attacking a journalist, when you're attacking someone on phone, recording you, what exactly are you doing? You're breaking the law. Second, I am hopeful as a society or as an individual officer, realize that emotions are contagious.
Yeah.
The people on the ground are at a breaking point in one way or another. Because the same reasons, we had a finance bill in 2010, 2012, all those years, we were never on the streets per se.
Yeah.
But in this year, something changed that brought Kenyans on the street. So these people are in an emotional state.
Yeah.
It's either you are the sober person or you just feed into that and now you cause more havoc.
Yeah.
So we need sobriety in our police force when dealing with journalists or with civilian protesters.
Thank you very much, DK. Catherine talks about the right to protest needs to be respected. Maybe what is this right to protest and how is it guaranteed? And how do you expect the security agencies to behave towards HRDs during protests?
First of all, I'm speaking in front of serial protesters. So it's, and these are people who know it's their right to express themselves. It's their right, which is inherent. It's documented. We heard this morning about the UDHR. We heard about other serious documents, but we also heard about the Constitution. So when you have a Constitution that is very clear, and another person who is paid by taxpayers' money to enforce the law, then it's clear when you're enforcing the law, you're enforcing the constitution and other laws. It is not that you can use violation to enforce what you consider to be selective laws that you believe you want to enforce. And I think that is where we need to start. But having said that, because of the experiences we have had in the last 3 months, and actually it's the whole year, because we have had the protests around food, we have had protests around displacements, and now the Gen Z protests. I think what I would want to share are my lessons from this. Number one, because you asked us what is this that is so unique about the police, is that I think for the first time I see they are really using technology more than we are using technology. They are using technology to surveil you and me. And I know that a colleague from the Article 19 this morning asked the question whether it's a perception issue. To be honest with you, there's an article I can share with you, and I think, Irongo, you shared that article. The Citizen Lab of the University of Toronto, they traced tools that are used to surveil Kenyans and to surveil people in the world. And they say that Kenya is among the people that are beneficiary of those surveillance tools from Israel. So in Kenya, I think it's Kenya, then there is Zimbabwe, there is Zambia. Those are among countries in Africa that are actually buying that technology. So already, this person doesn't need to waste their time about coming to your phone. I mean, they can use the existing infrastructure of Safaricom to be able to surveil you. So what am I saying? Let's also learn to use technology in the way we are going to counter this mess. Number two, I think one of the things that it's a lesson I've found is that the police have become extremely hardened to the extent that we are using the word impunity. They know that there's nothing that will happen to them. And I think the Inspector General of Police has proved it. All the police officers that were acting last night, attacking that student, clearly you could tell that they know that there's nothing you can do. What does that tell you? It tells us that we also need to enhance our abilities to also force them to be accountable. So for me, those are some of the lessons I'm getting out of it. The other thing that I need to share is that I think because of being pushed into a corner, we are getting more organized, we are getting more collaborative and working together. And I want to share that indeed, some of the numbers and statistics that have been shared here is because of collective effort. And I want to honor the role that the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights did to host some of our institutions to work together to be able to respond during protest. IMLU was involved. I know that Amnesty was involved, Article 19, ourselves. And of course, for the first time, we saw Kenya, the Law Society of Kenya being much more responsive to use its network. What basically I'm saying is that because of the adversaries that you have to meet, we also need to be equally organized in the same way that they are not coming as police officers has been described. They are coming as what they are calling multi-something force. Whether they are, then you will never tell whether they are from which division or which police station or which formation. So we also need to work together as people from different formation to be able to address the challenge to our constitution.
Very good. Thank you. Now we are talking about security agencies, not only the police. Simon, you monitor police conduct as IMLU. Tell us, we see NYS and prison officers and KWS joining the police in protests. What do you have to say about that? Yes, county inspectorate.
There are quite many, and even
and party youth wingers.
And perhaps sometimes we also say that we can dare to say the other civilians who are like militia who are used by the police in this kind of protests. One of the things that and I think our relationship with the police has brought out is the fact that we have a police service. I struggle to call it a service at this moment. We have a police service that have got two different kinds of trainings. I went some training and we had both AP and the Kenya police. And they said they have actually two different visions. The motto, the other one ni utumishi kwa wote. Hao wengine ni haki na uaminifu. Those are two different things. In fact, I was told in confidence that the so-called service standing orders bring out this, that the utumishi kwa wote, it's called what, haki na uaminifu na haki, simply means that I'm obeying the service standing orders. If I'm being told to go and do ABCD, that's exactly what I will do. The utumishi kwa wote wingi will tell you that we rarely engage in those things. And it's true, by the way. When you look at the conduct of the police during the protest, you realize that the majority of those police that participate in the human rights violations are not from the Kenya police. They are mainly from these other wings, including the administration police. And that is something that perhaps, and we have managed to push at least under the Maraga recommendations, to push for the review of those 4 laws that manage the policing sector. We are happy that one of the proposals that the committee has to establish is to develop the national policing policy that at least will unify or harmonize the operation, the standing order, the service standing orders of these police guys. I also heard about Irungu. He was talking about the how to bring about the concept of community policing. We're also happy that the other proposal is the development of the community policing policy. That will be under review. And I think that will be extremely key in terms of managing the relationship between the police and the general public. And finally, Bwana Kiama, one of the things that we have noticed is that the police service, as it is right now, have no idea the difference between a protest and a riot. For them, in fact, even according to the Maraga recommendations, that the police treat every protest as a riot to begin with. Kama kuna watu wamekusanya pale, hawa watu wanataka kuvuruga amani. It's a protest. It's a riot. It's not a protest at all. They have got no idea how to manage protests. So they will treat every kind of protest, every kind of picketing, every kind of civil disobedience as a riot. And the way to deal with a riot is to use those standing orders, and those Bwana Mugambi is calling the operational orders or operational guidelines or whatever, to go and disrupt and then cause mayhem. So they are not going there to protect protesters, Catherine says, but to disperse and cause mayhem. In simple terms, just to torture and maim protests.
Thank you. Thank you. So maybe to Irongo and Mugambi, we are hearing about these abductions, many stories. I don't know what you have found out and what is your view about this. We are hearing that there are other, because multi-agency approach that DK spoke about, we're hearing that there are other agents that are not necessarily the police who are involved. Have you seen this kind of evidence out there? We are hearing that NIS is involved in police operations. We are hearing military intelligence is involved. We are hearing KWS intelligence team is involved. We are hearing about illegal cells in the bush where people are kept. And citizens are concerned. What's happening?
Irongo goes first. Thank you very much, Daktari. As we speak today, the strategic framework on implementation of the Maraga Task Force is being launched today by His Excellency Kenya School of Government. Just to bring that to our attention. Right. I'm saying, as we are seated here, the strategic framework to implement the Maraga Task Force is being launched today at Kenya School of Government by the President. And so good momentum towards reforming the police service. Through Dr. Kiama, these allegations have been made. We've been very proactive in trying to understand these issues around abductions. Who precisely is involved? The killer squawks that are said to exist, in what format, in what shape, what command. We've written informally to the leadership of the police service. Tell us, do actually these terror criminals within the police service, do they exist? And your guess is as good as mine. You'll never get really a positive response to that. And what can we do as IPOA? We rely then on information that is brought to us. If you say that you are aware, you know this and this, but really, Daktari, that information is really never forthcoming. And so it's just about what we read at social media and stuff.
Okay.
But kuja kusema kwamba najua there exist this and this and this na wanafanya hivi na hivi na hivi, that really information, because we would rely on such information to pursue hard and be able to, but
Okay.
the story is too.
Thank you very much. Let's have Irongo. Maybe he might have looked elsewhere that you have not looked into and seen something you didn't see.
I mean, to be honest, I think this is going to be the big mystery to crack in terms of this process. Because when we talk to formal systems, they say we are not the ones, but they do not offer any advice on where we need to go and where those offices. So what I suspect is that there is a special operations unit that was created fairly soon after the parliament process, if not just before. And it was given tremendous resources and a singular commanding, a reporting line that does not follow the traditional reporting lines. This is probably the most dangerous type of policing that you can develop, because it means that they have tremendous resources but very little accountability. And there is no oversight that is easy to maintain. So I think we need to keep pushing on this just to understand better the circumstances and the way to that. I think the most information that we've received has been from the testimonies of people who were abducted and then were released. And what they typically say, if you go back to that citizens' assembly that took place at Ufungamano, that was recorded and played loud, what they played across the country, what they will tell you is that they were picked and they were taken to places that were not designated as police stations. And they tended to be either homes or they tended to be buildings, and that they were interrogated by people who were clearly officers but were not in uniforms. And depending on how long they were kept there, how much disorientation, how much torture. In the case of the KSL student, he was beaten. To be honest, one gets the sense of the use of anti-terrorism policing unit strategies rather than policing strategies. And I think this is the thing that we all have to be worried about. In the same way that in 2022, 2021, you saw Kenya Kwanza politicians, and I can name them, including Cleophas Malala, or if you take Kindiki, who now the Interior Secretary, Cabinet Secretary, being arrested, being bundled into vehicles and transported hundreds of kilometers in some of their cases. Those techniques have now begun to happen under their leadership. And we have to keep reminding them that bad behavior springs back. It kind of grows its own feet. So in the same way that they have done this this time, it can appear in the next regime and be essentially applied to them as well. So there's a common security that comes with being lawful and following the rule of law.
Thank you very much. I'll throw one question to the audience, and then we'll have a chance for the audience to ask questions or to make comments for another 10 minutes. And then we'll go to the last session where we do recommendations. So for now, there's an issue there about the plight of persons with disability in protests and how police have behaved in the last 2 years, your observations, and also the gender dimension in policing. Just any general observation or any evidential comment on it, it's open to those who have not spoken. Have you observed anything unique around the protection of women and girls in protests, or the protection of PWDs in protests? Anybody can speak. If you have that experience, you can help us. Persons with vulnerabilities of based on who they are. Anybody? The gurus of protests are here. I hear you're professional protesters. So, anybody? Is Kekoske here or anybody else? KHRC? Yeah, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Any comment on gender and policing of protests? Or even the panelists here can as well speak. But I'm giving the chance to the audience first. Yeah, go ahead.
I think there's someone who spoke about the police not being able to differentiate between a demonstration and a protest.
And a riot.
And a riot, sorry. And that means that they will treat all demonstrations as if they are riots. And that will mean if there are people within the protests that are either disabled or are women or are vulnerable in any way, then they will suffer the consequences of the actions of the police. And that has always been the case as we have observed the number of protests and how the police, in a few isolated cases, you'll see individuals who are either disabled or vulnerable who are treated not the same way as any other person would have been treated, but in many cases, they collectively treat everybody within the protest as if they are the same. For me, the experience that I've had.
Everybody's a suspect.
Absolutely.
Thank you. There's a comment from KHLC. Yeah, sorry. I mean, sorry, yes. Over here. Get the mic.
My own observation, I think the persons with disability, nobody gives them special attention. I actually feel that they are spotlighted. You'll see them being profiled in newspapers, and I think that makes them more vulnerable. And it is their right to go for protests, but they suffer more, especially if a tear gas canister is thrown. Nobody remembers that, you know, there's a disabled person there. So I think they are more vulnerable. I don't think anybody pays attention to them, especially the police. It's actually the other protesters who protect them because it's them who are pushing their wheelchairs. It is them carrying them away. Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll have Malombe and then we have Commander there to speak about the gender dimension in police conduct. Malombe over there, Kenya Human Rights Commission. The gender dimension or the protection of persons with disability, women and girls in protest. Go ahead, Malombe. Yeah. So I'm sure you've been monitoring and you have evidence. Maybe. Yeah. Go ahead. No, I won't hear you through that. It's those in Europe who can hear you from that. Okay.
So my take on that is, as my colleagues have said, I think the point is it has become very dangerous and a risk to even participate in a demonstration for the last 10 years. I think since Uhuru took over, it has been very difficult to run demonstrations and almost impossible. So I think the idea has been deterrent so that you try to think about it at your own risk because you understand the consequences. So because of that, so it means then demos exposes everyone. But not because of the way demos have been made dangerous. Yeah. It also means then they make people with disabilities more and more exposed. So that is just the perspective I just wanted to add. And then number two, there's a time we were running a demonstration in 2017 to protest against the appointments.
Hold the mic to your.
The appointments. The appointments by Uhuru Kenyatta to the cabinet, because those appointments did not consider gender, generational, and also disability provisions. So we did the first one, and it was very violent. And therefore, we agreed in the next demonstration, we are going to have UPDK do the notification, because at KHRC, every time we write those letters, it becomes a problem, and we know the outcome is going to be violence. So we agreed as partners strategically we'll allow UPDK to be the one issuing the notification and the one leading the protest. And I think that because of that situation, the demos were they proceeded very, very smoothly. So I think in that context, police felt like restrained to start openly attacking a demonstration which is supposed to be led by persons with disabilities. So that was also a special case where we agreed to go that way, because we know also there's a limit to which police, even within their crude things, I think for the last 3 months, where this issue of policing has become a problem. Last week, we had a retreat of the police reform working group, and you could see everyone was frustrated by the contacts. So I think we just need to find ways of dealing with this kind of regime and colonial ways of policing people. It has nothing to do with education, because I've seen people in WhatsApp groups saying they behave this way because they are not educated. Kome was a whole engineer, very educated. Actually, the entire police system nowadays is very educated. Is this culture of impunity? And a part of it is also attributed to the conduct of the executive. You saw during the times of Kibaki, I remember between 2003 and 2004, there was only one disruption of public action between 2003 and 2004. It was on October 18th, 2004. Kiama, you remember when Kina Giguku went to Freedom Corner to change the Moi monument there was that process. That the rungu, whatever. You remember? Yeah, that was the only time people attacked between 2003 and 2004, and that was the context actually. So the point I'm making is, when you have a regime which is autocratic, you expect that behavior to then influence the conduct of other institutions of the government, which are supposed to deal with people at different levels. Actually, you guys at IPOA, you are suffering because of the behavior of Mr. Ruto. Let's be open. That behavior is also affecting PBO Authority, Kenya National Commission. It affects every institution. So until we also deal with the political system which governs public affairs, is going to be difficult to also reform some of these other institutions, because regime policing is about a policing culture which protects the interests of the ruling elite at the expense of the people and at the expense of the nation. Thank you.
There's a whole political dimension to it. Brenda, yes. Commander has walked out. Brenda, behind you. Brenda was hosting the Mombasa, the coast situation room during the demos. She was our host in the boardroom of Kenya National Commission for more than 4 weeks. So the youth, the women, girls, and PWB dimension, did you see anything in it that you would like to comment on? You don't have to, but because you are our host.
Thanks, Kiama.
As well.
Of course, we'll hold the position for Commander when he comes to tell us what his thoughts were.
No, use your voice, not the mic. Just hold the mic.
Okay. I'm trying to rack my brain to see if there was any special consideration for persons with disability during the finance bill protests, and I seem to not be able to think of any, other than actually from the Gen Zs when they went into parliament and gave special consideration to the legislator, who they actually wheeled out very peacefully, and then went back to undertaking the protest. But from the
three to ask questions. We have one, Christine there, Shamir, and the lady over there. I'm forgetting the name now. So Christine, Shamir, and then yourself.
Okay, thank you, Kiama. Thank you to the presenters. I don't know whether mine is a question or more of comments. And Irungu talked about the county policing oversight authority, the county policing authorities, and one of the things that actually we noted in 2019, the NPS Act came into force in 2011, and in 2019, as Katiba, we noted that they have not been operationalized. And it was not, I think we were in court together with IMLU and other players. And it was not until last year, January, where the court said that they need to operationalize, issue policies, issue guidelines. But until today, there's yet work to be done. So it is clear it's not a priority. And maybe I don't know whether it's ever going to be a priority, because you're talking of 2011 to 2024 and still there's nothing. But that said, the other concern that I have, and this also emanates from us, the work that Katiba is doing, is the recent, if you remember is it now the new IG, the IG Kanja, IG designate. Some few weeks ago, when he was acting, he tweeted at some weird hour that the CBD is a no-go zone for protest. Now he's going to become IG. Are we to expect many more of these protests? We used to complain about roadside pronouncements by the president. Are we going to get more Twitter pronouncements, or what are we to expect? But the sad thing is that we unfortunately have people who know the law but are not adhering to the law. When you say that a CBD is granted all that is happening, a CBD is out of bounds, yet it is not gazetted. Under what law, or what gives you the permission to make such pronouncements? So I think for me, as has been said, I think it was Malombe, it's not about level of education, but it's just sheer impunity that we have seen, and we need to and I think we need to see more. And as has been said, there is no confidence in despite changing it from a force to a service. Unfortunately, it's still proving that old habits die hard, and we are seeing that. And I don't know, I'm looking for hope, or someone who will tell me that there's change that is coming. But for me, for now, I'm not seeing it. And it is sad, because as Katiba Institute, there's only so much we can do. We can go to court. But even when we go to court and courts make their pronouncements and we are not seeing them, the implementation, then it becomes a challenge. So I think I'll stop there. I don't know whether there were comments or questions.
Thank you. That's very useful information, Shamir. That Katiba has gone to court to get the government to implement the counter policing authorities that are chaired by the governor and the ACC, and the county commissioner is a member of that. But the executive have refused to implement that. They have gone to court. There's a court order from Nakuru High Court to implement it. If you want to understand the county policing authority, go to the National Police Service Act, Section 40, going forward. You'll see how it's clearly described as a platform where citizens can sit like we are and discuss security concerns and draw strategies that then we hand over to the commander of the police to implement. So it's not a command structure. It's a structure to discuss concerns and hand over to the implementer, who is the police, to implement. But the government, through the office of the president, have refused. One of the former PSs in Harambee House told us, on this one, we are not going to implement. So basically saying it is the law, but we don't agree with the law, right, as it is. And not the law. It is in Article 244E of the Constitution that there will be a platform to develop relationships between the police and the wider society. It is a constitutional obligation, but the president has said, I won't. I won't. So go ahead, Shamir.
Okay, thank you. My first concern is about vulnerability. You have talked about the gender issue when it's come to protest. My main concern is about how does the police officers or the law enforcers treat these people whom we refer to them as street children when it's come to protest, because most of the time we were holding demonstration in Mombasa, we will find out that the police officer, they don't handle these people with a lot of dignity. And I think according to the work of the IPOA, it's their main work to ensure that the police officers are, even if they are protecting those rights, but they hold that the dignity of every Kenyans. So I've seen a situation whereby most of the street children, and they play a major role when it's come to protest. Like you saw that one in Nairobi, the one who revealed our port being sold to Adani is a street children. Ameuza airport, that boy whom Eric Omondi took to vocational training, you see. So if the police officer are not going to handle vulnerable people when it's come to the protest with a lot of dignity. What is the situation of the space?
Okay.
Two, to the IPOA. Now, I want you to evaluate yourself from the past regimes to this regime going forward. I don't know who is going to be in the next regime. I don't know. But I want you to evaluate yourself. Do you think that you still hold that position of independency as the police oversight when doing your work of holding the police officers accountable? Then the second thing, the second part of it is
the last one.
Given two options, now IPOA, given two options to continue operating under the government body or to be an NGO, utafall wapi?
Thank you. On that note of
So
what
then
would
the
like
last
to be.
question goes to DK.
Yes.
We are talking about Irungu has talked about expanding of the civic space, and my question or my concern is we have seen as we move on, we are seeing a lot of abductions more than killings. The Defenders Coalition is playing a role of protection. Those people whom their lives are in danger.
Yes.
I being one of them, I was their guest this year or a few months ago. I was their guest. My concern is the capacity of Defenders Coalition going forward. Do you think that you need a bigger space, like a safe house where you can hold these people, but not like what you normally do, kuwapoteza like for a certain period of time,
Don't
then
reveal the
wakirudi.
strategy. Don't reveal the strategy. Otherwise, you won't be safe in the future.
Okay, so because the reason I'm saying this, I personally kuniuliza saa hii vile protest iliisha na kama ingeendelea, mi nasema ingeendelea kwa sababu vile iliisha iweka life yetu in danger, wale ambao walikuwa
Okay. So the question is
frontline.
about capacity to defend.
Yes.
Thank you. DK will respond to that. Give it to her.
But ile ya IPOA haijibu.
Yes. Ameelewa, atakujibu. Kama angetaka kuwa NGO ama angetaka kuwa serikali.
Okay,
Lakini alikwambia ni raia. Go ahead.
A concern and a question. I just learned that the police treat protest as riot. So I'm tempted to ask, is it the training or why is it so? Because I believe we all are being governed by the Constitution, which confers the right to protest to all citizens. So is it training or what is it? Because I'm pretty sure the better percentage of the public doesn't know that the police will treat protest as riots. So they'll be asking, why are we being tear gassed or such things? So please make us understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. We that is to Mugambi. Maybe explain what are the steps. Like for example, if the police officer is to shoot at us in a protest, are there steps provided for in law before they shoot in terms of rioting and protesting? So let's get the mic back to Mugambi. And wacha tumalize hii alafu utakuja wakati wa recommendations. Yes. This issue of protest and riot.
It's unfortunate that street families suffer. It's unfortunate that street families suffer, as has been described by our colleague there. Their rights needs to be respected. They need to enjoy the rights that you're enjoying, I'm enjoying. And so if they are violated in the hands of officers, that's why it's unfortunate. Sisi wote tuko na kibarua kufanya nini? To ensure that those rights are upheld. Now, with right interventions, and Daktari, that's what we've been saying, right funding for IPOA. If you look at our numbers, you look at the numbers vis-a-vis the establishment of the police service, 100,000 plus, then capacity IPOA. Really, there is a lot of work. If there is good support in that direction, whereby we were to devolve police officer. Kuna kitu tunaita police post, wako mpaka kwa kijiji, hatujafika Mombasa. Hapa IPOA offices kwa regional level, atafika Kilifi, Kwale, Lamu. I hope you understand what I'm saying, eh? Unaelewa? So with interventions, optimal funding for us to undertake our operations, things can improve. But whether you want to be NGO or remaining in that space mahali tuko, then I think we leave it to Kenyans.
Mugambi, speak to us about partnerships. Now that you have limited capacity, is there a strategy around partnerships for IPOA across the country with these people?
Sure, partnerships around training, that is there, but that actual funding, for instance, with the US embassies, tunapata magari hiko, get support in that direction. But you look at our budget, the deficit, that's where challenges hiko. Because sasa tukiuliza hapa Bwana Houghton, tumekuwa tukiongea but sasa hiyo deficit ni ngapi ndio tuweze kubridge, and so pesa ni shida.
But these people are asking about how can we help you as private citizens. Irogo spoke about forensic capacity at the station level or the village level. Maybe there's something you would say about that.
Yes.
Is there space for them to help?
Yes, I've seen, for instance, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission is not here. We've been able to partner closely wakati wa monitoring the 2022 elections, where we are not our presence hatukukua. We would then get those extra hands in terms of reaching areas that you're not present. So that is one form of partnership that we strongly recognize. The referrals that our friends here, when they do go there matters they want to refer to us, but then kuendeleza, taking forward those investigations. Again, you keep on saying, why is IPOA not doing ABC in that advancing these investigations? Why the turnaround is very poor? Again, the question is you refer, but we need that extra support. Bwana Kiama, let me not go so much into that. But the areas, the potential areas of us to collaborate, trainings and all that, but critical ni pesa. Hiyo tu, sasa kupata hiyo, we're able to reach various parts of the country. We're able to really deploy our teams real time and all that.
Your final word in terms of recommendations as we go now, finish with the panel and we go back to the
matters of forced graduation by police service. Of course, you don't expect that they are responding wameshuka kwa ile that track, then they start shooting in the air. That's not expected. The law is very clear. Or you graduate that force. And in instances where that has really happened, documented, there is always action to be taken. My colleague is itching to say something, if you allow, just to put a word. Come on, Mombasa office.
Yes.
and we are going to recommendations.
Yes, it's actually it's a recommendation.
Okay.
First of all, I would appreciate the CSOs here within Mombasa, at least in terms of cooperation. We were in the situation room together. So in terms of you as a civil society in helping us, sometimes there are matters that you are the first responders there. You are the people you are the people on the ground. You are the people to assist us in securing the evidence. You are the people who have the first-hand information, the first-hand knowledge to the witnesses. Kindly, if it is possible for us to cooperate. Today morning, we had a session here with the presenter there, the one who was seated out there. He had brought up a very a platform, a reporting platform. If it is possible, if we would be able to amalgamate the platforms that the CSOs do have with whatever IPOA has, with that, we would be able to get to have this issue on the police resolved. And I would wish that don't cast stones on us. When you, the civil society, do cast stones on us, you're empowering the police to not cooperate with us, because the police will know that when they don't cooperate with us, we have nothing to do. You see, they already have that perception that sisi tukiwafinya hivi wanafinywa huku watabaki peke yao. We really need your support. We really need to move together for us to handle this issue. Thank you very much.
That is a very passionate appeal. Tuendelee kufi, lakini sio hao. Okay, DK, you had a comment on the capacity to protect, and then we'll move to recommendations. I'm sure that you've become sharing them some of the recommendations as we go. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing that. I didn't even know that you are my client, but you can imagine I don't even know. So, but thank you for revealing to everybody. But having said that, can anyone have the capacity to respond to all the challenges that human rights defenders are faced with? It will be impossible. But it's also good that you raise it in front of particular colleagues from the USAID, the UN, because the priorities I notice always go to projects work, but not to people that implement those projects and the risk that they face with. Please prioritize supporting your grantees, even if it's a percentage of their budget, to go to security, their own security, or the security of their own institutions, or maybe if you have an extra budget, you can give us to support where we can respond. But but what we normally look for is actually different form of support, which you have counted on. The Gen Zs they basically taught us something very different, that it is possible to resource a movement. And I can tell you here that among the resources that they shared to organization, they also sent some money for us to pay bill for them. So that's where we're trying to really invest in, if we can get resources from people. Please deal with your communities. Let your communities be your first support. Let them also support your work. But at the same time, I think if we can deal with because these are presenting issues, if we can deal with the root causes of the problem. You ask, what can we do with the police? First of all, we need to break that colonial historical capture that we have, because the police force that we have was trained as a colonial empire, kind of to criminalize everybody so that they can take over the countries. And that has continued in the new regime. So we need to look at the colonial structures that were installed that still remain. We fight that. But I also see the need to stop normalizing violations. You see, the question you asked me, I was unable to respond to.
Yes.
It's because one of the things we are trying to do is now we have normalized being violated even by the police. So what is that good the police are doing to you during protests? Of course, they are doing nothing apart from criminalizing us. But what has happened, because every time you walk into a protest, you know you'll be beaten up. We actually go already prepared. So we never even condemn police enough. So please, let's stop that normalization. If they violate the law, they have violated the law. And on that note, and I've had to defend this during with our development partners. Every time I say that we are being violated, they also have to say, so also tell us something positive that has come. Give us a history of those positive things that has happened. I get tired because honestly, we should be living in a society that there should be no violations. So I don't need to balance the case for government. The government, yes, it is doing something bad, but also you civil society are also going to protest. I think it is wrong. Let's not counterbalance. When it is violations, they are violations. So please, that's an appeal. I don't want you to give me the mic after this. So I want us to, in terms of way forward, I would like us to, at least in the minimum, please, let's have a resolution of this assembly regarding the 3 human rights defenders who are right now, who are kidnapped, and we are silent about it. I think this assembly must have a resolution about demanding the release, because I believe there's being held somewhere.
Yeah.
They should be released.
Okay.
I think the other thing that we must call for is also accountability. I mean, 60 people should not just die in vain. There's no accountability around it. 60 people or 70 people abducted. There's no accountability. I think there has to be a resolution around accountability. That's the only way human rights defenders can be safe. And then there is one thing that I call upon all of us. It is what I call the solidarity. That one we can't even joke about it. It's very, very important. Having said that, whether we have solidarity, whether we have resources to protect you or not, I think Kenya, the Gen Zs have started a movement to protect our constitution, to protect chapter 6 on about integrity. We can't let them down. So despite all the risk, we have to fight on. And whatever we do, because I also hold another position as the chair of the Eastern Horn of Africa Human Rights Defenders Network. Every time I go to those forums, they stand up because they say, oh, you Kenyans, you guys, you're the best. So at least this movement must be sustained for the sake of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine, your final comment? And you hand over to Simon.
Okay, I have a few. I'll start with what you said on gender. And I'm reminded of the late Wangari Maathai, the laureate, and what she did to save Uhuru Park and other ladies. And it's something that still lives on. Last week or the other week, we saw our Ugandan comrades. It's what's been called the naked protest of Africa. That women have gone on the streets. They are willing to bear themselves bare just to fight for a cause. And that, of course, has repercussions. What we need to consider is, what can we do to protect them better? What can we, as women, because the law does allow for positive discrimination. It's in international law. It's something we have adopted as Kenya. How do we go the extra step? Because they are more vulnerable than others. And it's something we can, and it's not, the one thing I've noticed about this, the naked protest, it even takes one individual. I believe in 2019, the SGR banned alcohol. There was a scenario, they were saying no bringing alcohol. This lady comes the next day with her 2-year-old, 3-year-old daughter, and they have snacks, and they're told you can't pass with these snacks. And she's begging the officer, I don't have money for this trip to buy snacks. And the officer says, no, there's no food and drinks. What does she do? She strips. And the officer just moved aside and she went in with all her snacks. One protester. it's very, we as women have so much power, but how we use it can leave us very vulnerable, but how we support each other. Because now what we've seen at the African Union, women leaders, let me not say first ladies, but women leaders in various countries are forming, I'm forgetting the official name, but they are forming ways of stopping conflict in their own countries as women. So what can we learn as Kenyan activists, women activists? How can we go the extra mile to support our people? Closing remarks. We have to remember there's a problem we are solving that affects us all, civilian or security force. Whether you're dealing with crime, whether you're dealing with terrorism, whether you're dealing with tribalism, we have a common problem. And if we cannot understand it and appreciate, we cannot deal with it. So that we know who is the true enemy. And sometimes the protests distract us from the true enemy. Because we are fighting, people are dying on the streets, people are losing property as business owners, but the real issue has not been resolved. So what can we do to not confuse the two agendas and focus on the main conversation? Second, when you talk about how do we support independent offices, they have budget discussions every year. Their budgets are laid before Parliament. Their budgets are discussed. How do we support and plug in as civil society? Because we need them. The powers and the mandate and the offices they can approach, sometimes, most times actually, are not open to us. So plug in at the basic levels, even as you support them on your own social media and platforms. Lastly, I need us to understand or appreciate that every country in the world, or most countries, have protests. It is not a unique Kenyan situation. It is not so special that we are on the streets. But how police treat protests or demonstrations is different across the country or across the world. So how do we evolve as a society? How do we move forward? And we sadly will have casualties, what we are seeing every other day. But it doesn't mean we can't make progress. And that's where we as Article 19 have come in to say, what can dialogue do? We cannot go into anarchy. This is our country. If you've ever visited a refugee camp, you don't want yourself to be a refugee. You go from somewhere to nowhere in seconds. You're begging people for basic food. We cannot be refugees. So how do we bring alternative options that de-escalate conflict, but also move us to where we need to be in this conversation and to saving our country?
Thank you. A call for active non-violence. You're not telling us to go to sleep.
No.
Great, Simon.
Thank you. Mine is perhaps one. It's answer clarion call, under whatever banner you are in, whether it's Police Reforms Working Group, the Missing Voices, the CFF, or whatever banner you are in, to participate in the legal and policy review that has been proposed by the government within the policing sector. Those 4 acts plus the 3 policies that are being proposed. We, as the civil society, need to put our voice together and participate, review those things where we need to change, because we have to harmonize those laws. Once we achieve that, because right now the policing laws that are being used, ni zile za colonial kabisa, the 1950, the Public Order Act of 1950 is the one being used right now. It doesn't know what Article 37 is. So that police officer, when he goes to the street, he knows that his command is under the Public Order Act of 1950. It is not Article 37. Okay? So we need to harmonize. And of course, once we participate in the review, yes, we got involved. And of course, for some of us, we'll be pushing and we'll be putting up in the spaces, in the social medias, for you to be able to participate in areas that you need to participate in. If it's community policing, please give your views on where we need to change. And then when we bring our ideas together and be able to to bring them forward to the necessary committees, we will be able to get the better laws for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have Ms. Joroge there from the former provincial administration, now called Ngao.
Thank you. Thank you.
One minute, just maybe in terms of recommendations, way forward. You've listened, you've been on the hot seat. What would you recommend as we move on? Then we'll have Adika.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nancy Njoroge. I'm an assistant county commissioner in Likoni sub-county. And thank you. And I was previously, but previously I was in civil society, and I'm not a retired activist like my friend there. I'm a very active activist and a member of Ngao. That is why Muhuri saw it important that I come here, because I train for them civic space, how people to engage in civic space in Likoni. Lakini kwa leo, I am very saddened because it feels like we are in a memorial for all those people who have perished during these civic space issues, demonstrations, and tumeambiwa ni peaceful protests, but and not riots. And we are, for me today, I'm very saddened that we have nothing good to say about the police. Vile tumeulizwa pale, and we have nothing good to say. So violent policing is an issue, and it's true, it needs to be dealt with, and we cannot defend ourselves in security sector hapo. But when you talk about devolution, security to county, to the local level, I think that has been happening, as much as it's not headed by the governor. We have police, what do you call them? CPC, community policing committees at every police station. I know they meet monthly, even without resources, and people get to play a role in how they are policed at the local level. We have public participation as a piece. This is public barazas. When you attend a public baraza, I know you have attended, you get to contribute to how you will be policed. So I don't think it is all in the negative. There is hope for Kenya, and I think there are a few steps here and there that we can say the police are trying, and Pia, they have failed us in one way or another. And how now the recommendation is, how can we work together to be able to bring Kenya together and move forward? Because we have been told we don't want to be refugees. We don't want a case where anarchy has taken place. So the question is, how are we moving together as civil society and government bodies, pamoja? So where is the answer? We have not had the answer yet. We are still asking ourselves, how do we come together in that people are participating in peaceful demonstrations and they are being supported by the executive,
They were asking when the police in Likoni are coming to beat us up.
Yes.
And you have chaired the meeting on the security situation.
Yes.
Do you authorize them to come and beat us up? At what point do they decide?
Thank you for that question. And during our break, I was asking my friend here, up to what extent does the police role go? You know, when you are given a mandate, up to what extent do you execute it? Do you ensure you have done your work to until this person's right is violated, or is there a place where we say enough is enough? Now we need to engage with this person and understand. Do you understand my role? Do I understand what you're here to do? And that is where we've seen you treat this person as a criminal. They are not peaceful protestants. Na mimi nimepewa kazi ya I should ensure that there is no destruction of property, the roads are not blocked, etc, etc. There are many roles that go into the police duties. So the balance is what we are lacking.
Look for balance. Thank you very much. Very much. I want to give you a chance at least to be able to have a right of reply.
Yes.
And we really thank you for that, for attending, having the courage to sit with this group. This is a very huge group of patriots.
Yes. Thank you.
These people cause no trouble at all. So let's, any other recommendations? We are going to recommendations. So we have Adika, then we have the lady up behind there, the gentleman, and then here, and there, and we finish with these two. Yes, recommendations, way forward. Very briefly, Fadhali.
Number one, ring fence the resources for independent commissions to the extent that that can be ring fenced. A model that is now used in these hospitals, something like that. Number two, the place of the director of public prosecution in enhancing accountability among the police is one of the things that needs to be critically observed. Number three, the issue of the command, a parallel command, whether the command structure, the right command structure, needs to answer questions of people who attacked, who probably were not answering to them. If you can get that. Finally, in my view, we have to work in the long term to depoliticize the police, to remove politics from police. Look at what happened in Egypt at some point when there were protests and the president wanted to get the police and the army to interfere. They said no. Yes, people have spoken. Please step aside.
Asante. Thank you very much. Jina langu ni Mweupe Alfan from Inform Action. A way forward from me. In 2019, the government actually officially invited UN working group on first disappearances. Na kwa bahati mbaya COVID-19 came in and everything was on hold. So the invitation is still on there, yet the government hasn't given them official days to visit the country. My recommendation is, can CSOs work together in pushing the government to invite the UN working group on enforced disappearances? Kwa sababu, sorry? No. Kwa sababu gani I'm bringing this up? It's because of the issues of enforced disappearances that happened around the last 3 months during the protest. Alafu pia, it's unfortunate, but since 1980 to date, only UN working group on enforced disappearances iko na kesi 90 plus za Kenya kuanzia enzi hizo hadi leo. Ani maajabu, na hapa twalalamika kwamba kuna watu wanapotea, hawapatikani, wakipatikana ni maiti. What can we do about that? Let's push the government to bring them on officially. Yeah.
I want to give information, then I go. In two parts. Number one, this session was designed to end at 4. It is now going to 5. So civil society have to rethink loving themselves. Information number 1. Wellness. No, wellness. Then the number 2, tomorrow we meet at Arabuko 3 hall. It is here. We will not come here. We'll go to that place. All right? Thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence.
Okay. So briefly as you've said, when the gentleman from IPOA talked about not getting enough cooperation from the members of the public or those who bring cases before them, I felt itched to comment. You see, by the time a citizen is saying that IPOA is not doing much or IPOA cannot be trusted with cases of certain nature, it's actually a statement of desperation. That individual has tried cooperating, but then the cooperation is not cooperating. So he says that in a very, in a very resigned tone that we've tried anyway, and it's not going anywhere. So there need to be an intentional meeting in the middle by IPOA. When victims bring cases on your desk, then you have to demonstrate that at least you have the willingness to expedite such cases. Because when it goes wrong with one complainant, then words go around, and before you realize it's a whole narrative around IPOA that you can't rely on these people very much. And closely tied to that recommendation, I think it's important now to think of a framework for collective involvement in the independence of the judiciary, because at the end of the day, we are seeing this all curve dropping at the judiciary, and so we have to find a way of raising civic consciousness for the people to understand that actually the integrity of the judiciary has an overbearing presence in the investigative activities of IPOA. So I think these two are interlinked, and you have to find a framework within which you can reconcile and strengthen them. Thank you.
We look at the role of the judiciary. That's critical. The mic goes this way. There was quite a number here, starting from gentleman here, and then who was here?
My name is Rocky. My concern is on fighting for the how the civil society will fight for its independence and civic space through the government policy on Okay. Wapi. My concern was about how the civil society is going to fight for the civic space and independence, basing that the government is trying to silence the civil society through the assembly and demonstration bill that is just coming to work on us next time. That is my concern. On the bill, yes. Yeah, assembly and demonstration.
Thank you. Mine are two. I'll be brief. One, let's look at the training that we give these police officers. It's as simple as this. It's like a factory that keeps on giving us people who do not know how to operate. So maybe let's look at what Kiganjo is teaching them. Let them be taught, or let us have our inputs from there with the laws. Number two, IPOA does not need money to be proactive. Just be proactive. In Mombasa, we do demonstrations or we start our protest at Mapembeni. Just by you being there to observe police conduct, you'd save a lot of lives. And we are just behind your office. It's as simple as that. You don't need money. You don't need anything. People died. You guys, people didn't die. 60 people did not die in one day. They die over a period. No day were you in the field to look for it. You can be the first responders if you choose, and you can also be the deterrence factor to it. It's as simple as that. On the money bit, you'll only get support when people are seeing you being proactive and dedicated. That is when the public will get on board and support you. So let us see the efforts. The public will definitely join in. But now if you are protesting and you are seated in those offices just behind us, and then people are being violated, and then you tell us where is the evidence, it doesn't ring up. You won't get that support. That one I can assure you. So be proactive, get out of those offices. On 19th, we have a demonstration, I think, countrywide on Twitter. Be there with, you do the same function as the media. As the media are there with the camera, you be there and tell and show them how they should do their work as police officers. That's the only way you can help, as we look for money for you.
How to work together. Thank you. Kate, you had way forward as we finish. I want to move over there now.
Actually, one of the issues I wanted to discuss about it was more on matters of the security, and when we were talking about the when we were talking about the community policing, it's a way forward. But however, it's a challenge also to us because we need to look into it. The reasons we are not the authorization of the community policing. There's a tug of war between the governor and the CC. Because the CC sits at the national where they have the security team, then at the county level is supposed to be the governor. Then the question begs, why should the CC also come and sit on the other one while the governor does not sit on the other end? And the whole question of the secrecy of security apparatus. That's where the bigger question is. And we need to discuss this more and open it up, irrespective of having the court rulings. Then there are these gaps which you need to look at and then see if there are gaps of policy, then we are there to start issues of making those policies. Thank you.
Thank you. That's clear. Clear recommendation. We are not opening up anymore because I looked at the hands that went up. You have.
Yes.
You're well equipped.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. So on 30th August, Missing Voices went to Nakuru and we invited Senator Okia Omtata. 30th August is the International Day of to commemorate the victims of enforced disappearances. And one thing he said is, or what came out is, I think the day before, the president said, nobody has been disappeared in Kenya. He doesn't have any names. So he actually challenged us. And one of the things he said is, give me the names of all the people who have been disappeared and killed by the police, and I will put that on the floor of parliament. So I think what we can do as civil society organization is we can harmonize that list together with a verified data, and we give it to Senator Okia. I think Irungu also said we should target institution, and one of the institution is parliament. So at least we will have it documented in parliament. Thank you.
There was one on the hand there. Yes.
Thank you so much. I'll start first with either a question or a clarification from IPOA, then to my recommendation. So is there an action that as IPOA you can take or you take to police stations or officers who doesn't act? Because there is a case in Manoni area whereby there is just one man calling himself one man army who is raping and defiling women specifically, and after that that man issues them with a tablet of ARV. There is police stations there. Victims have reported, but again that man is still at the ground and still doing the same. Recently he raped a secondary school girl, and the girl went and reported that. However, so far the man is still out. That being said, I would say that IPOA does very good work following up on cases until cases are closed. But again, I think where the community doesn't see your actions is when you don't at least publicize your actions, that this thing happened, and here is the case that we followed up, and here is where it ended, or how here is where it is. So at least to build the trust with the community, and even with some members of the civil society, maybe who are not here, who might get the information that you're giving us right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We close it there. The IPOA regional office is here, so kindly see them. You may attend. That's a very serious issue that need immediate attention. Wanaona Bwana Kariuki muzungumzie. That needs to be. That doesn't require debate here. It's urgent. Needs to be handled. Police in action. needs to be handled. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being gracious with your time and also with your reflections. Thanks to our panel. Let's start with our presenter. Tumpigie makofi. Tumpigie gani? Tutafanya hivi, tutafanya hivi, tutafanya ile ya Obama. Unajua Obama? Unajua Obama? Nyinyi mtapiga atasimama, simama. Obama. Wewe sio Obama, kisimama kama Obama. Asante sana. Kama Obama. Hata urefu ni karibu hapo. Sasa wewe kazi yako utazunguka. Utazunguka kusalimia hao watu. Mpaka saa zile atamaliza. Waache kupiga makofi. So wewe anza kusalimia watu. Until he stops. That's what you're doing. 1 2 3. Thank you. Let's have Mugambi. I thought you would not. Mugambi salimia. Mr. Clap. Who was the Simon? Let's go. We don't have a WhatsApp group or emails, but we trust that you'll be able to send those details and present a summarized report for us. Thank you very much for being patient, being voiceless, but being very active. So let's go to the beach and have a swim. You already have a suit. You're not
Very good one.